Morning, ma'am.
And then I was disconcerted because it said my camera and mic were disabled. I thought, oh, that's not a good start. Okay, welcome to day 4. Anything arisen? Oh, have we got Mr. Linus?
Yes, hopefully.
Yeah, excellent. That's all right. Yeah. Has anything arisen over the adjournment that I need to be made aware of?
A couple of documentary points, ma'am, a general one and a specific one. In general, I just wanted to come back to this point about inquiry documents going up, which obviously, as you know, CMS, my instructing solicitors are doing. They're doing it as fast as they can. So you'll have seen, I think, ID1 and ID2 up on the
Tuesday, yeah,
on the list. Yeah, exactly. So it's filling up as fast as we can. So there may be a short lag during the inquiry day, but hopefully it'll catch up each evening. The specific one is I think I've been told anyway, ma'am, that you are content, because it's one of the things that both both sets of the evidence referred to, GLIVIA, GLVIA3, is in. You know it already, of course, ma'am, but it wasn't in, I think, and now it's been put in. I'm not sure it's up yet.
It's not. But I just wondered about whether that was feasible, because it's.
I know it is.
Don't you have to pay for it?
There are ways and means, luckily, ma'am. Okay. So it is feasible. Yeah. Okay. So that will be up. I dare say that I and Mr. Spence and Ms. Strike, to the extent that she needs to, will be able to deal with that document anyway. But it's having got the permission, as it were, for it to go in, it's going up on the website as fast as possible. Hopefully it'll be there soon.
And that's on the basis that it is referred to in
absolutely
various proofs and things. It's not a new document to anybody. That's the reason I accepted it. Okay. Yes, I've got my own hard copy anyway. Anything else?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Your camera's not on.
Is it not? It's on my. Let me try again, ma'am. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Good. Ma'am, I understand that in relation to this scheme, Historic England have just received a technical review from ICOMOS, the advisory body, who were informed about the scheme by DCMS in February this year. As you'll know, ICOMOS, the advisory body on World Heritage Site matters at UNESCO. I thought I should mention that now. We can circulate that has been received very recently, but it seems sensible to circulate that today so all the parties have a chance to consider it over the weekend and before the heritage evidence starts next week.
So just explain why it wasn't submitted with the prescribed timetable for.
It's only just been received, ma'am.
But when you say only just, when? You said it was in response to a consultation or something in February? Yes,
DCMS informed ICOMOS of the schemes in the normal way when there's a call-in of this nature in February this year. I think the report was received by Historic England, I think, the day before Wednesday afternoon. And obviously there are procedures that have to be followed internally within Historic England because there's liaison with DCMS. So it was received on Wednesday afternoon, and I thought I should mention it. Now it's obviously going to be relevant to the inquiry, and this is really the first opportunity we've had to provide it to you.
Okay. So I'm not accepting it up then at the moment, just until I've got everybody's views on it. Oh, you've frozen.
You're talking to Mr. Linus, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can you see me now, ma'am?
You're still frozen.
No,
that's better.
You're back. Right. Yep. So
yeah, ma'am, we haven't obviously seen that, so we'll need to have a look. If it could be pinged over ASAP, we'll do our best to cast for Dr. Mealy in particular, to cast an eye over it and come back to you hopefully today about procedure. Obviously, I'll reserve our position until we've done that.
And Mr. Booth and Ms. Striak will obviously need to see it as well.
Yes, ma'am. The only other
thank you.
So thank you. I think it's really the only other document I would mention is that when you see that, it may be useful to see the latest periodic review for Q at the same time to place the latest ICOMOS comments in context. there's a periodic review that was done by government and sent to ICOMOS in 2014, which, as I understand it, the latest one. Might be useful for that to be seen as well. And what I propose to do then is, when we're sending the ICOMOS technical review across to Mr. Warren, we can set a periodic review as well, and they can comment on that accordingly before it goes in or not.
Okay, so why, if it's relevant, why was there not the 2014 review, not already before the inquiry?
Ma'am, I think it was really probably an oversight on our part that has emerged really once we've looked at the ICOMOS response on Wednesday this week. It seemed that when you identify what's in that response and read it, it occurred to us that seeing that in the context of the periodic review might assist.
Okay. All right. So I'll wait for people's views on that then when they've had a chance to have a look at it and any implications of it for the respective cases.
Thank you, Mum.
Ms. Striak, I think you wanted to say something.
No,
No.
the link wasn't, the YouTube link wasn't working, but it is now apparently.
Okay. So anything else before we hear from Mr. Spence? Nope. Okay, so Ms. Striak, would you like to introduce your witness, Mr. Spence? I would appreciate at some time somebody taking me through the different viewpoints. I know there's different viewpoints, but they're different. There's different numberings in different places and things as well. I need that kind of a consolidated list really somewhere, so that when somebody refers to a particular viewpoint number or whatever, that I know exactly what's being referred to.
Okay, I understand. Yes, those the numbering was changed, and I had assumed that the applicant had prepared a table where you had a comparison of the different numbers.
I think that would be helpful with so many viewpoints.
Yes, because I think it was the applicant that changed them, I think.
Yeah, and if so I could go away from, hopefully I'll go away understanding, but obviously the Secretary of State needs to as well. So I think a list explaining that would be really helpful.
So can I come back in there, ma'am? We'll certainly do that. You'll have seen on the latest set, the one that's in core document 1051, the consolidated set. Each of the lettered A through to X and AA to AG or whatever it is. They also say if they are versions at the foot.
Yeah, you've got Tesco application view and
exactly.
It's the same, and yeah.
So you are for present. Obviously, we'll do a list, ma'am. If it helps you in the Secretary of State, we'll do that. But there is a way, obviously, of cross-checking which they are and seeing which they are at the moment on the documents.
Lovely, thank you. Thank you. Welcome then, Mr. Spence.
Okay, and good morning. So I would like to introduce Mr. Spence, a chartered landscape architect, fellow of the Royal Geographical Society and a registered EIA practitioner. Now, Mike has been working alongside OGRA Historic England and Royal Botanical Gardens Kew. He's previously worked alongside Hounslow Borough Council and is known to planning officers for providing photography and the technical approach for the Hounslow Tall Building strategy. Can I just check that everybody's got the documents that I mentioned in an email last night to hand? And I understand then that we haven't got the GLVIA 3.1, although we will be referring to that. So, Mike, could I ask you please to give us a potted history of your professional career to date?
Yes, thank you, Barbara and Mum. My background, I studied geography back in the 1980s at Nottingham University. I then studied a master's degree in landscape architecture at Manchester University. After that, I worked in local government up in Blackburn. I worked in private practice in Bradford. I then worked in environmental consultancy in Leeds on projects all over the country. All of this work involved landscape and visual impact assessment work. So my experience goes back to the early 1990s when all this began. Since 2000, I've worked for myself. Basically, I've been specialising in landscape and visual impact assessment and the technical side of that work, and which is what we're going to be looking at in detail I work on a lot of different projects. I don't just work in city centre, I work on solar farms, wind farms, major infrastructure projects, tall buildings, small buildings, medium-sized buildings. There's a lot of experience. I'm known as a trainer. I do a lot of work with the Landscape Institutes, running professional training courses. I do online training for the Landscape Institutes. I run professional training around the world. I ran a course in Utah last year for the Visual Resource Stewardship in America. So my background, it's been building up my professional expertise in this area. I suppose my knowledge is photography in detail, surveying in detail, GIS, and this is the core of what we do, in detail, 3D modelling in detail, and how you actually produce visualizations. And as we go through my proof of evidence, you'll begin to understand the kind of work we've been doing to try to raise the bar of how you do this within the industry. And this is why I'm prepared to come and stand here in front of you, Ma'am. And the question is why AVR London isn't.
Thank you, Mike. And you have a number of technical roles, both within the Landscape Institute and Institute of Environmental Assessment. Can you tell us about those?
Okay, yeah, going back about 10 years, I've been working for the Landscape Institute in a subcommittee on photography and visualisation work within the Institute. And there's been two of us, there's been myself and Dr. Ian Macaulay, who have been giving the technical support to the Landscape Institute. So any questions technically about photography, surveying, GIS, visualisation work, those questions are sent to me or to Ian, and between us we work out and answer and pass it back to our professional members. That then led on to the work that I did with fellow landscape architects on the technical guidance note that was published in 2019. I'm still involved with the Landscape Institute. Last month I ran an afternoon session on visualisation, photography and visualisation work in landscape and visual impact assessment, and basically explaining to fellow practitioners in a masterclass environment how to do it and how to get it right. Within the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessments, I've been a registered EIA practitioner for almost 20 years. I spent 3 years on the technical steering group of IEMA, helping to provide a strategic direction for how EIA projects get more technical and more streamlined, and again raising that bar of technical knowledge within major EIA projects. I left that role in early this year, and now I'm looking to basically do further work within the Landscape Institute.
Okay.
Right, thank you very much. Can we turn to the Landscape Institute Technical Guidance Note 0619? So that's ID 2.21. Can we have a look at page 58, please? All right.
Okay, if you look on that list of who produced this document, you'll see my name on there. The other people on the group is Bill Blackledge, who chaired the group, Ian Macaulay, who I've mentioned, who is technical, Mark Van Grieken, who's the chair of the Landscape Institute Technical Committee, myself, and Simon Odell, who's basically, he was more of he had no technical input. The only two technical people on that group were myself and Ian Macaulay. So we worked on that document between 2016 and 2019, and the reason for that document was because of very poor visualizations going into the planning process on the back of major planning applications, EIA projects, landscape visual impact assessments, townscape and visual impact assessments. So it's a really important document. And what we did, we pulled together a lot of knowledge from the wind farm industry, from the work that the Highland Council did up in Scotland, and then Scottish Natural Heritage did, who have become called the now Nature Scot, actually worked with Scottish Natural Heritage on their guidance around about 8 or 9 years ago, to raise knowledge. Now, visualisations in Scotland on wind farms, there's a very set guidance in terms of how you do this, and it's very, very good. Now, we haven't had that in any other development, and what I've been trying to do is to get that so that we all get confidence in the photography, the visualization work, and what's been put in front of planners for major projects.
Okay, thank you very much. And can we have a look at page 48 now? And Mike, if you could tell us about the images there. So page 48. Okay.
So I'm doing this on my screen, so I've just gone past the right page. Okay, I'm back on it. Okay, so this is so one thing that I have been really pushing is the use of acetates, and we've used these on various public inquiries. One obvious one that AVR London know about, Hounslow Borough Council know about, and Kew know about is the Chiswick curve, and this is the lower image shows what we used for the site walkover survey to for the inspector to show the scale of the Chiswick curve in the view from a particular viewpoint. Now, we've used this on multiple other public inquiries. It's nothing new. It's just something. It's not been in guidance, and we wanted to basically sort of show how we can provide knowledge that everyone can check, everyone can do this, and do exactly the same as what I've done here. So the one at the bottom is one from a public inquiry. At the top, there's a guy looking at a view in the centre of London. I think it's Lincoln's Inn Field. And basically what we can do, we can print an image on an A3 sheet, A3 sheet of acetate. You can hold it up, and this is the important thing. You close one eye, like a camera, hold it up, everything lines up, and you've got a lot of confidence in that acetate and that visualization. If that visualization has been produced very accurately, then you know the scale of that building in that view. And it's something that we've tried it all over the country, from Scotland down to Bristol, across to London, Manchester, various workshops that we've run. That's only part of it. The other part of it is there's a difference between looking with one eye, which is how a camera captures an image, and looking with two eyes. There's a difference between something called monocular and binocular vision. So all humans look at an image with two eyes. They don't use one eye like it's been caught with a camera. And what that means is the image needs to be bigger than an A3 sheet to provide the real view that you're capturing with a camera. And that's why my visualizations, the technical methodology are A3. That works with one eye closed. A2 in one of my sets of images, because people naturally use two eyes. You hold it a comfortable distance, and you will go to those viewpoints and you'll get exactly the same view. The detail in the view will be exactly the same in the A2 images as what you're seeing. Now, the important thing about this, and if you look through this guidance, is you use the 50mm lens. The 50mm lens, okay? And this is really important and something we're going to be talking about when we get on some of the AVR London visualization work.
Right, thank you very much. Can you tell us what tall building experience you've got?
Okay, well, it's quite interesting because in London I've done this is my second sort of major public inquiry on tall buildings. I've actually worked with quite a lot of developers, and this will surprise AVR London and probably the applicants. I've worked for private developers in London. I've worked for private developers in Manchester. I've worked for private developers in Reading, in Glasgow. I've worked with private developers across the country. And the reason why I'm being asked to do this is because we're producing visualizations that give a lot of confidence, not just to the developers, but also to the planning officers, the public. And because we can talk through how we've done it, we're getting a lot of sort of, and we're following the guidance, we're getting a lot of sort of credibility in terms of this is the right way of how you produce visualizations for tall buildings.
Thank you. So your experience isn't opposing tall building development?
This is just my second public inquiry. It's not opposing. All I'm trying to do is to put a balanced, objective view. It's not sort of saying one way or the other, whether it's sort of right or wrong. It's trying to bring transparency to the whole process and make sure that the inspector gets a balanced view as to what is actually in front of them.
Thank you. So going back to the to document ID 2.21, the Landscape Institute, the TGN 0619, could you read out paragraph 1.2.9, please?
So I'm just struggling to. This is where having hard copies of everything would really speed things up. So apologies about this. Okay, I'm onto it. Okay, so 1.2.9. Okay, visualization should provide the viewer with a fair representation of what would be likely to be seen if the proposed development is implemented, and should portray the proposal in a scale with its surroundings in the context of landscape or townscape and visual impact assessment. It is crucial that visualizations are objective and sufficiently accurate for the task in hand. In short, visualization should be fit for purpose.
All right, thank you. And can you now read paragraphs 2.2 and 2.3, please?
Okay, so baseline photography should be sufficiently up to date to reflect the current baseline situation, include the extent of the site and sufficient context, be presented at a size and relative position on a corresponding sheet to allow like-for-like comparison with the visualization, be based on good quality imagery, secured in good, clear weather conditions wherever reasonably possible, avoid foreground clutter, and in LVIA or LVA baseline photography, if relying on only existing views with no visualizations, clearly identify the extent of the application site in the view. Visualization should provide a fair representation of what would likely to be seen if the proposed development is implemented, be based on replicable, transparent and structured processes, and use a reasonable choice of agreed viewpoint locations, view directions, view angles and times of day. Be reproduced at a suitable size and level of geometric accuracy relative to the baseline photographs. Be accompanied by appropriate information, including a technical methodology and required data within page title blocks. And where necessary, the photography and visualizations should be capable of being verified.
Thank you. Can we now turn to your proof of evidence A1, which is document ID 1.14.13. So A1. Can you please read out paragraphs 4.1, 4.2 and 4.3?
So could you give me those references again, please?
Yeah, so 4.1, 4.2 and 4.3.
Okay, 4.1, following 3 years of work, a small group of
Sorry to interrupt you. So I'm in A1, this big document?
A1, yes, A1, paragraphs 4.1, 4.2 and 4.3.
I can't find any paragraph numbers in here.
Do you have proof of evidence or the technical methodology?
I mean, appendix A1.
I think it's the proof, ma'am. It's
Oh,
proof of evidence, number one, I think. ID 1.14.11, I think.
Oh, my apologies.
Rather than the appendix A1.
My apologies.
It's not A1.
My
It's-
apologies.
Sorry to intervene, but I think that's what's.
It's proof, yeah, it's not the appendix, it's the proof of evidence.
Thank you. Apologies.
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry, paragraphs.
Hopefully these paragraphs.
4.1, 4.2, 4.3.
Okay, so following 3 years of work, a small group of landscape professionals, including myself, published TGN 0619. This document sought to bring together technical knowledge from the wind farm work in Scotland, the London Views Management Framework, and work that myself and others have been undertaking over the past 10 to 15 years. The key points of this document are that the 50mm lens on a full frame sensor camera and a level tripod is the standard by which to take photographs for visualization work. Additionally, specific requirements in terms of printed image size have been included to ensure the images are fair and reasonable for those members of the public, planners and elected members, so they can form a judgment. When the 50mm lens won't work, should wider images be stitched together using overlapping 50mm images. Where this won't work, then wider angle lenses can be used as necessary, but this would be the exception and not the rule.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you could now read out paragraphs 7.1 to 7.31.
I've only got a 7.1.
I think this is from the second proof of evidence.
Sorry, yeah, sorry, my apologies again. Sorry, so this is the second proof of evidence, which would be I think that will be 1.14.12.
Okay, so this is about the visualization work undertaken by AVR London. So the photography and visualization work was undertaken by AVR London. Technical methodology appears to have been included. Appendix 8.5 for the Homebase project and Appendix 1.5 for the Tesco Homebase project, both of which appear quite comprehensive. Interestingly, the camera specification includes the 24mm tilt shift lens. All guidance currently used across the UK specifies the use of the 50mm lens on a full frame sensor camera. No guidance specifies the 24mm tilt shift lens. Even the LVMF, the London Views Management Framework, specifies up to 28mm on a full frame sensor camera. And if you want to check that document on para 467, this 24mm tilt shift lens is used in situations where greater verticality in a view is necessary. It captures a much wider planar view than a 50mm lens. In paragraph 1.5, the author states, for standard verified photography, each view is taken with a lens that gives a 68-degree field of view, approximately, a standard which has emerged for verified photography. This statement is incorrect. The 50mm lens is approximately 40 degrees wide. Nowhere in the LVMF does it state that AVR photographs should be constructed from 24mm tilt shift lens. For certain situations, this might be the only lens that will work, but this would be the exception rather than the rule. And this should be explained in the technical methodology. The tilt shift lens is designed for specific complex situations and not for all verified photography. The Landscape Institute deals with this in its Appendix 13. The AVR London technical methodology deals with 360-degree photography, although nowhere in either document are there any 360-degree photography or visualizations. It also mentions nighttime photography, and again, there's no evidence of any nighttime photography by AVR London. So these technical methodologies appear to be like a generic technical methodology used for each and every project. In section 1.10, third paragraph, the author incorrectly states that the use of a 24mm lens in an urban environment allows the viewer a more realistic experience than a 50mm lens. And for this reason, the 24mm lens is used as the standard in the creation of urban photomontage as outlined by the London Views Management Framework 2012. In fact, nowhere in the LVMF does it actually mention the 24mm tilt shift lens. The photography appears to be taken by AVL London, has been taken in good, clear conditions, and on the face of it is an example of good photography. However, a more detailed review of the images and visualizations reveal a few errors appearing in the presentation of their work. One of the important parts of any visualization is that the view presented shows the view towards the development at a size that is considered fair and reasonable. Historically, there's been a lot of criticism over the size of presented photographs in planning applications and environmental statements. And one of the main issues dealt with in the Landscape Institute Technical Guidance Note 0619. Both the Highland Council and Scottish Natural Heritage, now Nature Scots, undertook considerable work on this between 2010 and 2017, with work carried out by Stirling University, which was important in identifying the size of a single frame image, which is a 50mm lens image from a full frame sensor, as presented on a sheet of A3P paper. Between 2013 and 2018, I took extensive research in applying the same research in townscape situations through the Landscape Institute Technical Committee, the results of which are contained in the Landscape Institute Technical Guidance Note 0619, Visualization of Development Proposals. Essentially, when dealing with a single frame image, it should be presented to largely fill an A3 sheet. This is generally accepted as between 360mm by 240mm and 390mm by 260mm. 390 by 260 is specified by the Highland Council. SNH and the Landscape Institutes. I use 360 by 240mm as it is the correct monocular or single eye view, which can be aligned with the actual view in the field from the same viewpoint. The 390 by 260mm image has been found to be too large to be able to align with the view by an average sized human. So all that means is that basically holding an acetate at comfortable arm's length, you'll get everything to align at 360 by 240. If you make it slightly bigger, it's difficult to do that. You need very long arms to be able to do that. So that's why I use that 360 by 240. This gives us a standard size image that we know will correctly align with the view. This gives us a standard viewing distance of around 50 to 54 centimetres. However, most humans use two eyes to view an image, which is known as binocular vision. The camera clearly has only one single lens, and as a result reproduces what a human with one eye closed would see. The research conducted by both Stirling University on behalf of the Highland Council and by myself through the Landscape Institute found a very interesting effect. Essentially, an image needs to be scaled up by 150% of its original size on an A3 sheet to give the correct binocular image size. So we know what size to present images at to correctly illustrate the view. This size is approximately a 75 to 80 centimetre viewing distance. Before the Technical Guidance Note 0619, the Landscape Institute specified a minimum viewing distance of between 30 and 50 centimetres. This was both within the old Landscape Institute Advice Note 0111 and GLVIA3, which is still current. However, the criticism of photographs and visualizations being too small at 30 centimetres meant that the Landscape Institute Technical Guidance Note 0619 corrected this to ensure the photographs and visualizations are presented at a much larger size. A detailed check on the photography and viewpoints used by AVR London has been undertaken. Many viewpoints have been repeated between the two projects. Just 3 viewpoints, all located in Osterley Park, appear to have been taken with a 50mm lens. There are some issues with all these three images. A close inspection of Viewpoint 7, or we might want to just turn to the applicant's core document 1051 to just have a look at that view. So CD 1051. This is where it gets complicated because the numbering process has changed. It was Viewpoint 7, and it's now Viewpoint L. Okay, I don't know whether you managed to have a look at that on that CD 1051. So. And then what I'd also like you to do is have a look at my document, which is, I think it's Appendix L, and look at page 3 of this and compare what I put in my image on page 3 with what AVR London have got in their CD 1051. So you can see my analysis of their photograph. I think the more important one is the one from my appendix, figure L. It's figure L3.
Yeah, I've got.
Mom, you managed to find that?
Yeah.
Okay, so close inspection of this Viewpoint 7 involved checking the actual horizontal angle of view using target points in the image, and based on the actual camera location in the AVR London table, this suggests the field of view is close to 38 degrees, not 39 degrees. So this begs the question of precisely what lens has been used by AVR London for the photography. 50mm lenses, which is this is supposed to be one of them, have a focal length which can vary between 47mm and 52mm, depending on which lens it is, whether it's Canon or Sigma or a different variety. But a 38-degree field of view can only be found on certain lenses at the narrower end of the focal length. Now, due to my knowledge of photography and the Canon f1.4, if AVR London had used that, it would be around about 52 millimeter lens, and that just begs the question as to, was this actually a 50mm lens, or is it an extracted portion of a 24mm lens? Okay, and it's very important, this, Ma'am. The reason why it's important is the 50mm lens picks up detail in the photograph. There's over 200% more detail in the photograph between a 50mm lens and a 24mm lens. It picks up distant detail in the photograph. You'll be able to see much more clearly distant elements like the Gillette Tower, other features in the view which a 24mm lens wouldn't pick up. Okay, so the question for me, even though AVR London have said clearly in their technical methodology they use the 50mm lens, I'm looking at this image and thinking, scratching my head, thinking, I'm not convinced. And the other reason why I'm not convinced, if you look at the size of the image as it's presented, it's not a perfect 3:2 image. If you look at the bottom, there's like a line, there's like a black line, a black box, which actually fills in the bottom of the image. If it was a 3:2 image, that should be filled. Okay, you'd have more grass in there. So the question for me is, was this really a 50mm image, or was it an extracted part of a 24mm image? And it is important because we're talking about the detail contained in the image and why we use the 50mm lens as a standard in this kind of accurate photography work. Okay, so, and as a result, we'd request that AVR London supply the original metadata with these images. This would explain the lack of height found in figure L3. In the rest of my proof of evidence, I've assumed that they have used a prime lens, 50mm prime lens. But as I said, my analysis of this particular image suggests some doubts as to whether they actually used a 50mm lens in reality.
Right, thank you very much. Can we now turn to your Appendix K, which is 1.14.25, if I've got it right this time. And we'll have a look at the TVIA work carried out by ARC for both sites. And if we can have a look at figures K1 to K5, Mike, and if you can talk us through what they represent.
Okay.
So K1 to K5.
So Mum, I do have two hats on here. I've got my hat on as a landscape architect. I've got my hat on as a sort of technical photography and visualization person. So I'm able to professionally comment on the TVIA and how ARC have actually produced the TVIA and the kind of approach, a fundamental scoping approach to any projects in the urban environment to try and sort of understand the complexity of urban morphology and the visual impacts of that development. And this is the kind of process that I follow, and I work with a lot of other landscape architects across the country on big projects like this. And so I on behalf of Algra, Historic England and Kew, I followed that through. So I thought it'd be just very interesting to show you a little bit of what ARC should have done to help with understanding the impacts of this development. So figure K1, if we look at that, this basically just shows the position of the two developments in the Thames landscape. You know, on the northern side of the Thames Valley corridor, on sort of rising lands to the north. Very interesting sort of topography with Harrow on the Hill in the north, Richmond Hill in the south, and Wimbledon Common to the south east. Now, with London off to the east. Now, the interesting thing that we can do with this height data. This height data is all taken from the Environment Agency Lidar data. It's all very accurate data, this. And what we can do, then if you go to figure K2, what I did was just run a basic ZTV. And what I mean by ZTV is a zone of theoretical visibility to understand where these two buildings will be. These are two very big buildings in this sort of landscape or townscape, and there's going to be a lot of visibility. There's going to be visibility on Harrow in the Hill, there's going to be visibility in Richmond Park, Wimbledon Common, but this ZTV is based purely on topography. So theoretically, if there's no sort of buildings there, no woodland, this is where those two buildings would be visible. But we can do something a bit cleverer than that. And what we can do is add in buildings. So if you go to figure K3, what I've done is to add in the effect of buildings. This is slightly narrow. It's a smaller extent. So it's a 5-kilometre radius rather than a 10-kilometre radius. And we've added in buildings and we've added in woodland. And this shows a much more refined extent of visibility of these two buildings. And this is what ARC and AVR London should have used to calculate the viewpoints, and what they should have put in front of London Borough of Hounslow planning at the scoping stage to say, this is going to be the likely visibility. These are the viewpoints we've selected on the back of this. And If you go to K4, this just shows the visibility within the area that ARC have used. And basically, this ZTV would have discounted a lot of the viewpoints that ARC and AVR London spent a lot of time and effort analysing, looking at three-dimensionally. They wouldn't have had to do this if they'd gone through this exercise of understanding the visibility based on this technical methodology. This is not nothing unusual. I'm using this across London. I'm using it across the rest of the UK. We're doing this, so we've been doing this for over a decade. It's getting cleverer. We're getting more detailed information. We're getting better LiDAR. We're getting better shape files for buildings. But we've been doing this for a very long time. But there's no evidence anywhere in either TVIA of any kind of attempt to understand visibility. The only reference in ARC's discussion of visibility was there was a verbal assessment of visibility. Now, I don't know what a verbal assessment of visibility is. It's not technical. I've not come across it before. I don't think it's in any guidance. But this is the way to understand how tall buildings will be visible in either the townscape or the more open landscape. And this is what ARC should have done. And if we just move on to K5, sorry, K4 is, that's just, so K4 doesn't include woodland and trees. Okay, so that is basically like a wintertime ZTV. So what I might do with the GIS software, we might exclude woodland to give an idea about wintertime visibility. But then what we can do, if you move on to K5, we can add in woodland, and that gives summertime visibility. And so K5 is the basis for viewpoint identification. And as I said, of the 26 viewpoints used by ARC and AVR London, 11 of those viewpoints, 11, that's 40% of the viewpoints, should have been dropped before scoping. They're actually included in the TVIA, and it's a major error on such a major project to have so many viewpoints with no view of either building.
Okay, thank you. Now, you also say that...
Just before you go on, just back to K3, you say that's winter, but so does that include or not include the woodland and trees? I know you say it's winter, but I thought you'd said it did include woodland and trees.
Sorry, K3 doesn't include the trees.
Doesn't.
If you look in Osterley Park, you'll sort of see visibility across Osterley Park. So it's got there's no all that's in there is just purely the buildings and the way that we so apologies for that, but that's okay. That K3 is buildings only. K4 is also buildings only, and it's K5 which includes woodland and is the basis for viewpoint identification.
I thought you'd said that it did include woodland and trees. I just wanted to double check.
Yes, sorry, that's my that's my mistake.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And I think you also say that a 2.5 kilometre radius study is far too small for buildings over 60 metres tall. Yeah,
no, I do a lot of landscape visual impact assessment work across the country. 2.5 kilometres, that's what we use for standard residential development of maybe 12 metres. So I was staggered that only 2.5 kilometre radius have been defined. Now, as you can see from the ZTVs, there's going to be a lot more visibility. These buildings will be visible from Richmond Hill. It will be visible from Harrow on the Hill. There's been of the wider impacts of these buildings, and even of the closer impacts of these buildings, 11 of the viewpoints don't have a view of either of the buildings.
Right, thank you very much. And if we can have a look at figures K6 and K7, could you explain what these represent? So that's in the same document, please.
Okay, so K6, is for the Homebase building. And one of the interesting things that we can do is to try and understand the shading of these shading effects of these very tall buildings. And it's something that we use a lot for wind farm shadow flicker assessment. With most developments, low developments, we don't do this, but for very tall buildings, we do it. And I think one of the documents, I think it was the Homebase document, there was a bit of this kind of technical assessment, but it wasn't as thorough as I felt it should be. And so the reason for doing these was partly because there was no assessment whatsoever for Tesco. For Homebase, it actually cut off the area showing visibility to both to the east and to the west. And all these do is basically show the extent of overshadowing of these buildings from the 3D model, which can be calculated. And the standard way of calculating it is using 4 points through the year, the solstice and the equinoxes, and we get a good idea about what kind of level of shading there's going to be as a result of these tall buildings. And we use Lidar data, and then we use the actual height of the buildings in the 3D model, and then we can cast these shadow analysis. And I just felt it was missing in the original assessment work. It may not be as relevant to the townscape assessment, but it's very important in terms of the impacts on the local residents. There are going to be a lot of local residents affected by these two developments, and it didn't seem to me that that was coming through at all in either of the townscape and visual impact assessments. So K6 shows the visibility of, or not the visibility, the shadowing effects of the Homebase developments. You'll sort of see quite extensive shadows throughout the year. The main thing really is to the south, you'll never get sort of a shadowing effect, but you'll have shadowing in all other directions at different points during the year, because the sun rises in the east. It doesn't rise directly in the east, it actually rises slightly in the northeast. So if we look at that left-hand image, you'll see it's the red over the Sign Lane station is actually the sun rising in the early morning, casting these long shadows across those residential areas to the southwest. And then in the summer, when the sun sets, again, it's more to the northwest than the west. You get the red shadow across those residential areas to the southeast. So it's just very interesting that these tall buildings, there is going to be overshadowing, is going to be more pronounced closer to the building. And I was expecting to read something about this in the townscape and visual assessment, and there was nothing about that in the townscape visual assessment. There was a little bit of analysis, but it wasn't very thorough for Homebase, and there was nothing for Tesco Osterley. Now, if you look at the K7, this shows the shadowing effects of Tesco Osterley, and the area of concern should be properties on Sign Lane, Oaklands Avenue. There's the purple area shown on the left hand. Well, the only difference between the left and the right hands of images is the background photography. We've got an aerial photograph on the right, and we've got the OS plan on the left. So there's going to be a lot of shadowing as a result of these very tall buildings, which isn't there at the moment. So where is the assessment of that? Where is the analysis of what the impacts are going to be of properties along Oaklands Avenue and Sign Lane? And I was not able to find that in the townscape and visual assessments.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you. Can we now turn to Appendix L, which is ID 1.14.26, figure L18 and L20, please.
Okay, so yeah, have you found that, Mum?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so L18, all this is, I've taken the work by AVR London. This is what accompanied the soundscape and visual assessment, and this is how they should have presented it. So what I've done, I've actually taken their 24mm image and actually extracted, which I think is probably what they did for the Osterley Park images, extracted the central 50mm portion of that image and presented it the size that would tick the box according to the technical guidance note 0619. So that's what I've done. Just as an observation on this, I just felt that the multicolours in the sky, I found as a landscape architect, this very, very difficult to read. The dashed lines, the straight lines suddenly stopping. I didn't understand. I found it very, very difficult to understand what was going on. So what we did with our model was take the AVR London data from their technical methodology. If you look at L19, and basically we had to go at sort of producing our own visualization based on the data from AVR London. And I think basically we're not disagreeing with what they've done in terms of the scale and massing of the building, but it's the presentation technique. This is the view from Oaklands Avenue. This is the location, just to if we look back at figure K7, if you just look in the Oaklands Avenue, it's basically sort of north west of the Tesco Osterley site, and this is towards the northern end of Oaklands Avenue. It's not even particularly close to the actual development.
Sorry to interrupt. You said K7, that's the shadowing.
Yes, that is the shadowing, yes.
Yep. That's the one you wanted me to go to, yeah. That's
right, yes. Well, all I wanted to show was that actually there's sort of the different colours show when there's, so the green colour shows it's going to be overshadowed at various stages through the year. The purple is throughout the year. But basically what they've done is chosen a viewpoint right at the northern end of Oaklands Avenue. So this is going to be in shadow. So if we go back to that figure L19, that's going to be the view of this new building. It is a very basic view, so that I've not done any masking. So if we look at L20, this is just a very basic approach at sort of trying to present how AVR London could and should have produced this visualization. Okay, so it's just basically to show the scale of Tesco Osterley in that view, in a sort of a representative manner. But this particular view, I felt there should have been another view on Scion Lane, another view further up Oaklands Avenue, close to Tesco's Osterley. This is right at the northern end. It's not particularly close to Tesco's, but you can see the scale of this large building in that view, and what a change to this suburban townscape there's going to be.
And based on the AVR visuals shown in L18, ARC state that the visual impacts on residents will be beneficial. Do you agree with that conclusion?
Well, Barbara, this is why I'm staggered that ARC aren't here, able or willing to defend their sort of townscape and visual assessment. This change in view to be considered beneficial, I am quite staggered that could be a beneficial change in that view on these sensitive residential receptors.
So on what basis do you think that ARC could have derived a beneficial impact?
All I can suppose is that ARC were focused on the architectural design of the building, which unfortunately in this view, neither ARC nor AVR London nor myself understand the architectural nuances of this building in this suburban two-storey quiet residential neighbourhood.
Thank you. So can we now turn to Appendix K again? So that's ID 1.14.25. And if we look at figures K8 to K11.
Okay, so the mum, have you found?
Yeah, I've got it here.
Right. Okay. So just to explain how we do what we do and how accurate it is, that this sequence of figures basically shows the Lidar digital surface model data. It's called Lidar DSM data, and this is data from it's been derived by the Environment Agency from the sky. DEFRA make this freely available to everyone to be able to access and use it. Now, it's the DSM data. It's accurate. It's on a grid of normally either 1 meter or ½ meter or even 25 centimeter grid. So you're very, very accurate. And the actual sort of vertical accuracy of this data is between 5 and 15 centimeters. So it is very accurate. So this is really accurate 3D data that all of us can use. It's freely available. It's a very simple process.
So sorry, is that plus or minus? So it's both plus or minus 5 to 15. Plus
or minus 5 to 15 centimeters. Yep. So it's data that we can use, and we've got it for a lot of England. Okay, it's more complex in other Wales and Scotland, but we've got it freely available for all urban areas and areas with a potential flood problem, and it's very accurate. And the reason why it's accurate is that it's used by the Environment Agency to understand flooding. Okay, so they need to understand what the effects of rising sort of river levels, what effect there could be, but it's accessible to us all. It's been made accessible by the government, and it's fantastic. But you can see from this what we can then do. We can drape aerial photography over it to make it sort of to add a bit of colour to it, and everything ties together. What we can then do, because we're working within a GIS environment, it's all georeference, we're working within OSGB 36, we can then drop these 3D models for Homebase and Tesco Homebase into that LiDAR DSM data, and it is accurate. It's very accurate. So these sequence of images show the scale of these two proposed buildings in this local townscape, and this is the kind of imagery I would be expecting to see in the townscape and visual assessments. You know, this isn't unusual. I've done it for lots of other projects. This is what AVR London and ARC should have been providing for their clients. So that's K8. If you look at K9, it's just a slightly different view. But if you look, this view looks directly up Oaklands Avenue. So at the bottom of the image, you'll see the Oaklands Avenue. There's the 2 rows of sort of semi-detached properties. The photograph was taken at this end of Oaklands Avenue, at the north-western end of Oaklands Avenue. And so you can imagine what the difference in that view is going to be on those residential people. And there's a little bit of shadow shown there, and that shadow is accurate. So we can use the azimuth and the altitude of the sun at different points during the year, and very, very accurately calculates the shadow that's being cast. And throughout the year, what
time of year would this be then?
This is I'm not quite sure. Well, this is the sun's very high in the sky. It's probably just before lunchtime, sometime in the summer, by the look of things. But it will vary. It varies, you know, as the sun travels across the sky. It will vary. But the property is at the northern end of. Sorry, as we're looking at it, would be the southern end of Oaklands Avenue, would be in shadow. So we look at K10. This is looking from the other side of the railway, looking more towards Homebase. But you start to see the residential, the low rise 2-storey residential properties on the left-hand side of the image, and the Gillette Tower and
Sorry, we're on K10 now.
Yeah, sorry, K10. Yeah, and the larger, the commercial properties in this area, the more sort of 4 to 6-storey developments. But these are very, very big and very, very tall buildings to be put into this kind of townscape area. And then on to K11. All these are just setting the context. And these are the kind of visuals, very simply generated, that I'd be expecting the architects and ARC and AVR London to be using and presenting as part of their presentation to you, Ma'am, of the scale of these buildings.
Right, thank you for that. So it's clear from the 3D model and the calculation of overshadowing that there'll be a major change in townscape morphology as a result of these developments. So did ARC identify, according to you, any long-term adverse townscape or visual impacts as a result of these developments?
There were no adverse visual or townscape impacts that I found. There were some adverse impacts during construction, but after completion, it was everything was either beneficial from the local residential areas or neutral from the historic assets.
And were you surprised at that?
Very surprised.
And can you remind us how many viewpoints of the original 26 had no view of either of these very tall buildings?
11 of the original viewpoints had no view of those buildings. And just, Barbara, on that point, and we talked about 11 of the viewpoints having no view. Looking at figure K11, we just look at K11. And if you just look along Scion Lane at those residential properties, K11 in front of the Gillette Tower, and just to the left of the station, none of those residential properties were included in the visual assessment, which I found staggering.
Yeah, very interesting. And can we now go to figures K12 to K14, please? So that's ID 1.14.25. And can you tell us about those, please?
Okay, so what I was struggling to, so if you look at K12, I was struggling to find in the information from the in the townscape and visual impact assessments, anything into like subsections through the local area, so showing the scale of the proposed buildings relative to the local residential areas. So K12, all this does, it shows the lines, the sections that we've just considered. And we then move on to K13. What these do, so we've got sort of 4 sections, and just very simple. So we've got section AA. If you go back to K12, look at where we've got section AA, you can see we're going through the residential properties, then through the Homebase site and on up into more sort of commercial areas. So section AA, so at the top, the first one shows the just the current situation with the current Homebase developments, and then the proposed AA just shows the relative scale of the Homebase developments in its context. And the reason for producing these was because there was nothing in the townscape and visual assessment to help understand what the scale of these buildings would be, and that's why we've produced these, just using very simple data. Again, it's using the Lidar data, so it's very accurate, and it's just putting in front of you, Ma'am, just the information that didn't form part of the original planning application. If you have a look at section BB, again, you can see the scale or the height increase from the existing Homebase development, which is 28.14 meters AOD, up to a high point of 78.55 meters AOD. So these are going up 50 meters above the existing Homebase sites. So these are very tall buildings.
So
And
just going back to AA.
Yeah.
The proposed AA, as it goes, as it cuts through the Homebase site.
Yes.
On the section shows a gap between the northeastern building and the southwestern building.
Yeah.
They're on a podium.
Yeah.
So that's not ground level. So is the section through not at ground level, or is it at, I didn't quite understand, because looking at the houses, it looks like it's at ground level.
Yeah. Well, if you sort of follow that section through, so the house is basically a section through the Lidar data. So all we've done is basically to generate a line through the Lidar data, and it includes the Homebase building. So the top of the Homebase building is 29.8 meters AOD. And then what we do, we take the Homebase building out and we drop the data for the Homebase proposed development in and show the difference. So we've got sort of.
I understand that, but where's the podium on this?
I'm not sure where the podium is. We just used the high points of the building.
Okay.
You may be right, Ma'am. There may be a sort of, between the two taller buildings. There may be we've probably got the sort of existing ground level shown from the Lidar data, and it should be slightly higher. So there may be a slight error in this section so to show the podium position. But all the point
is the heights of the buildings are correct.
Sorry.
The point is that the heights of the buildings are correct.
Exactly.
That's lovely, thank you.
Yeah, so the purpose of it was the overall heights. We're doing basically the job that the applicant should have done in their original planning application. So just this is what I'm expecting to see, and expecting to criticise, maybe the same kind of questions that you're firing at me, even though I'm not working for the applicant. But this is what I'm expecting to see to accompany the planning application.
So we got to K13 halfway down.
Okay, and so K14, all that is, it's just again 2 more sections through the Osterley developments. Again, using the Lidar data, you can see the current Tesco Osterley low-rise development and how that's going to change. And again, the levels within the site will have used the Lidar data. So if there are any other podiums, then they won't be in there. But it is just about the overall height and massing of the buildings.
All right, thank you. So was a townscape assessment carried out as part of the Homebase TVIA?
Well, I couldn't actually find anything on townscape impacts within the Homebase TVIA. And
is that normal?
No, each application environment assessment should include landscape impact assessment. But on Homebase, I just could not find it anywhere. It may be I missed it, but I could not find it. There was one with the Tesco Osterley, quite a thorough one, which was very helpful, but I couldn't find anything on Townscape for the Homebase application.
Sorry, I was muted. The TVIAs had visualisations accompanying them. Did any of these visualisations comply with Landscape Institute TGN 0619?
None of them complied.
Okay. Now, a number of views from Osterley Park appear to use a 50mm lens, which you've talked about. So if we can go back to Appendix L, that's ID 1.14.26. If we can have a look at L24, is the 50mm lens what AVR London used here? So L24.
Okay, so again, it's exactly the same problem that I found with the other view from Osterley Park, was that rather than it being the 3:2 proportions, which if they'd followed the Landscape Institute Technical Guidance Note and used a 50mm lens, you wouldn't have that black box on the bottom of this image. It would have fully included it. Now, the question for me for AVR lenses is why is there that gap? And it just raises the question for me: was it a 50mm lens or was it an extraction from a 24mm lens? And this is another reason why I wanted AVR London to appear and explain to me precisely what lens they'd actually use.
And moving on to the cumulative assessment work, have you got any specific concerns about how this was carried out?
Yes, I have.
And so how does the ARC cumulative assessment compare with Chapter 7 of GLVIA 3, assessing cumulative?
Right.
Sorry.
So you're talking about Mr. Cumulative assessment work. So which document are you referring to specifically there?
Well, the cumulative assessment, there's basically for each of the, it's contained within the visual assessments by ARC for both Homebase and Tesco.
So is
that's
the 10.51, the consolidated bundle? Is that what you're referring to there?
No. It changed before the consolidated bundle. The original Townscape visual assessments by ARC contained some cumulative assessments. So it's the narrative by ARC, but it's also the visualizations by AVR London. Now, what the consolidated package of visualizations by AVR London, they changed all their cumulative views in that consolidated document. So the original cumulative views had much more developments included in them than the consolidated document. But really, my question on the cumulative is about the thoroughness of ARC's approach to the cumulative assessment. So there's a whole chapter in GLVIA 3 about cumulative assessment. It's chapter 7, assessing cumulative landscape and visual effects, or assessing cumulative townscape and visual effects. And my knowledge of cumulative assessment suggests that it was a very, very light, very, very simplistic approach to cumulative assessment. I didn't understand what their assessment actually meant, and another reason why I wanted ARC to be cross-examined on their original assessment work, because it doesn't stand up against the Chapter 7 of GLVIA 3.
Thank you. And can you explain combined and sequential cumulative effects?
Okay, so when the whole idea about sort of cumulative assessment is to understand when there's multiple developments. It's not just about sort of Tesco and Homebase, where there's other developments, and it could be other tower blocks, it could be other residential developments that are proposed in an area. We want to understand what the impacts of all of these are going to be, rather than just purely the project that forms part of that application. And there's basically sort of two cumulative effects. So the combined cumulative effects occurs when the observer is able to see two or more developments from one viewpoint. And then sequential cumulative effects occurs when an observer has to move to another viewpoint to see the same or different developments. So sequential effects may be assessed for travel along roads, regularly used, and footpaths. So in terms of the thoroughness of the cumulative assessment, there was very, very little for me to actually get my teeth into in terms of understanding what ARC actually meant about the cumulative impacts.
And does the ARC cumulative assessment follow any of the Landscape Institute advice on good practice in GLVIA 3?
No, it doesn't.
And 11 of the 26 viewpoints used in the two TVIAs have no view of either site. What's your view on the choice of these viewpoints?
Those 11 viewpoints should have been dropped at scoping.
And were there other viewpoints which could have been chosen instead?
Well, there's a lot of viewpoints with views of these very tall buildings which have just been completely ignored.
And for the Homebase project, all close viewpoints had an AVR3 produced by AVR London, but for Tesco Osterley, only a limited number of distant viewpoints from Syon Park have AVR3s. What's your view on this?
So just, Mum, just for your information, an AVR3 is basically a photorealistic.
So what?
It's a photorealistic visualization. So if you look back at figure L4 from my appendix, you'll see one of AVR London's photorealistic visualizations.
Sorry,
L24.
So it's the rendered images.
Exactly, it's the rendered images. So what's on the Homebase project, all close viewpoints have this kind of visualization. So if we look back at the applicant's core document CD 1051 and just have a look through what AVR London did. If we look at, have you managed to find 1051, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's first of all look at Viewpoint AVR A, which was the Homebase application view 1 and Tesco application view 1. This shows an AVR3 of the Homebase site on the right hand side, and behind the Gillette Tower you can see basically an AVR1, which is a line rendered image of the shape of the Tesco Osterley site. So that's the AVR3. And if you go on to the next viewpoint, so AVRB, which is the view from Northumberland Avenue, that again is a rendered AVR3 of the Homebase site. And if we move on to the AVRC from Syon Lane, that again is an AVR3. And moving on to AVRD, this is a view from the Great West Road. Again, another AVR3, so photorealistic. Now, the question really is why that approach used for Homebase, which I agree with, I do think it makes sense, why that wasn't used for the close viewpoints for Tesco Osterley. So we're talking about the view from Oaklands Avenue that we looked through in detail. That view is closer to Tesco Osterley than a lot of these viewpoints to Homebase. So why was an AVR3 not produced for Oaklands Avenue, and why were there not other residential viewpoints close by with an AVR3 of Tesco Osterley?
And the overall assessment for the visual assessments of these two developments were either beneficial or neutral. There were no adverse impacts as a result of these developments. And do you think that ARC are unable to assess major developments like this as adverse? Well,
it just, the whole idea about a townscape visual impact assessment is that it's got to be objective, it's got to be balanced, it's got to be convincing in terms of understanding what the impacts of these large developments are going to be on sensitive residential, sensitive heritage assets. And I just didn't feel there was any balance in terms of recognising that the adverse effects of this kind of development on residential, on residents, and impacts on these historic environments.
And a lot of the close residential viewpoints along Syon Lane and Oaklands Avenue and the adjoining roads have not been mentioned at all in the TVIAs. And is this normal?
No, it's not normal at all. In fact, those are the first viewpoints that you'd be looking at to include in your visual impact assessment from each direction.
Mm-hmm. And could ARC have done more to quantify the impacts on these close viewpoints?
Well, but by not including them as viewpoints, what they could have done was to have a discussion, a narrative, just to talk about the impacts on residents beyond the specific viewpoints. So there's more that could have been done just following through the work that ARC did that they failed to do, and it just meant it wasn't balanced. I'm not understanding what the impacts really are on the residents of Sign Lane.
Mm-hmm. And can we now turn back to your proof of evidence? So this is 1.14.11. And if you could please read paragraphs 6.1 to 6.3. So that's your proof of evidence.
Which one? 1 or 2?
1, I think.
Okay, so this is relevant to what we're just talking about close viewpoints. It's about something called a residential visual amenity assessment. There's a Landscape Institute technical guidance note 0219, which we use as like the basis for assessing impacts on residents. So a residential visual amenity assessment, or RVAA, is a stage beyond the landscape visual or landscape visual impact assessment, and focuses exclusively on private views and amenity. The RVAA has become more common, particularly when development proposals are subject to a planning appeal. An RVAA may be used by the decision maker when weighing potential effects on residential amenity in the planning balance. The threshold at which a residential property's visual amenity becomes an issue of residential amenity has sometimes been described as the point where the effects of the development on the private interest is so great that it becomes a matter of public interest. The planning system is only concerned with public interest. In certain circumstances, however, the effect of the development is so great that it is not in the public interest to create or allow such conditions where they did not exist before. This is sometimes referred to as the public interest test. However, this is a legal planning term and not recommended for use by landscape practitioners. The guidance uses the term residential visual amenity threshold. The recommended approach to undertaking an RVAA is grounded in principles and process set out in GLVIA 3. The recommended method for undertaking an RVAA involves 4 steps. It follows a structured assessment process, employing a range of objective criteria to underpin the ultimate professional judgment regarding the residential visual amenity threshold. The aim is to identify those residential properties whose visual amenity has the potential to be affected to the largest magnitude of impact. Properties with the highest magnitude of effect are assessed further, culminating in a professional judgment as to whether the residential visual amenity threshold is likely to be reached at this property or not.
You're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you. The cumulative assessment appears to be rather vague. Were there any cumulative developments of a similar scale to Tesco or Homebase considered?
Yeah, sorry, I'm sleeping around a little bit here. Well, no, that was quite interesting, really. So all the other cumulative projects included by ARC were within 1 kilometre of these developments, and they were all very low scale developments. I think the tallest was around about 6 stories, but some were 2 stories, some were 1 story, but the highest was 6 stories.
Mm-hmm. And in your other tall building cumulative assessment work, isn't it normal to include other developments of a similar scale to Homebase and Tesco Osterley? Absolutely,
absolutely. So I've done cumulative visualizations for projects across the country, and we always include developments of a similar scale. We're not interested in 1- and 2-story developments in combined or sequential views with Tesco and Homebase. We're only interested in buildings of a similar scale. So the fact these were included just seems to be completely, completely wrong. That's not the purpose of cumulative assessment. It isn't throw any planning application in to an assessment. It's looking for developments of a similar scale and nature of these two developments.
Can we have a look at CD 1051 again, please, and have a look at AVR London's Homebase, the Viewpoint 2, also known as Viewpoint B. And I think, ma'am, after this, maybe we might consider.
I was just about to say when. Yeah, thank you. You were ahead of me there.
Right. Actually, on that, Barbara, can we look at? It's actually the View 3. It's AVRC, the Homebase application View 3 that I wanted to look at, not B. So if you move on to the next viewpoint, so it's the view where you've got the Gillette Tower in the foreground, you've got Homebase in the background. Have you managed to find that, Mum?
Yes.
Okay, so now this viewpoint, there was a cumulative assessment undertaken. And now the only cumulative project that was in this view is not actually in this view, Mum. It's actually closer than the Gillette Tower. Just to the left of this view is Tesco site. Now, the cumulative assessment carried out by ARC considered there was no cumulative impact on this viewpoint, even though Tesco is immediately faces this viewpoint. Now, this is a good example of how AVR London have limited the view to a very narrow portion of the view. We've talked about the 50mm view and how it's actually, if we use the 50mm, we'd capture the we'd get the Gillette Tower and we'd get the Homebase Tower site in, but you wouldn't capture the Tesco site. So I just want to show you just something that we've done to show you how this should have been done. Now, this is something. It's within the technical guidance note by the Landscape Institute. It's something that I use for all my project work. So although we've used single frame images for the verified photography, we use a wider panorama to capture the full extent of a development. And so I want you to turn to my Appendix M. Just look at this. Now, Appendix M, this is actually, I'm sorry, have you found that, Mom? Appendix M. Okay, so now what this shows, it's different viewpoints, viewpoint 1, but it's making the point that for all the viewpoints, all close viewpoints, what you want to show is the whole site. So look at figure M1 and M2. These two photographs, they join along the middle, so they actually sort of perfectly align. Now, all these photographs have been taken with a 50mm lens. Okay, they've been stitched and cylindrically blended to give you a view that shows the whole of the Homebase site. Now, if you compare this viewpoint with AVR London's from their CD 10.51 with AVR A, now remember the AVRA doesn't follow any guidance. It's following an approach that AVR London used. It's not following any guidance. what we produce here in, I've only done it for one of the viewpoints, and the reason why I've done this is just to show how the Landscape Institute Technical Guidance Note specifies to actually capture, we want to capture the whole of the site. Now we want to see the whole of the Homebase site or the whole of the Tesco site from each viewpoint, and this is how you do it from close viewpoints. You don't just use one shot on a 24mm lens and say, well, there you go, that's the view of the site, because it doesn't capture it. So this view, you'll see there's a lot more, there's a lot missing from what AVR London have done, which is actually sort of shown within this view that I've shown in Appendix M. Now I can hear AVR London, their barristers, throwing back at me, well, we're not seeing any verticality, we're not seeing the height, we're not seeing the full extent of the development. And I'd say to them, it's impossible, you can't do that. We're not going to see the top of these buildings. Okay, so we can do something with this technique. We could use for example, a 45mm tilt shift to basically produce something with more verticality, but it still won't capture the top of the building. We could try it with 24mm tilt shift. It still won't capture the top of the proposed building, because some viewpoints just won't work. There is a point beyond which photography can't work. And this is one of those examples. But in terms of understanding what the view is from when you come up from Sign Lane Station, you walk up the steps, you get to this point, I would say to anybody that knows this area, what we've produced in Viewpoint M is what they're expecting to see. If they look at Viewpoint AVR-A, that's not a view that they will recognise, because it's not representative of the view of the whole site.
So, in your opinion, were the TVIAs robust?
No.
Were they thorough?
No.
Were they balanced?
No.
Were they objective?
No.
Thank you. So I suggest maybe we...
Okay, thank you very much.
Take a break.
How much longer do you think you have to go?
I think we've probably got about an hour, Mike, haven't we? At least an hour.
About an hour. Yeah.
Okay. I think you indicated a 2.5, so that's about right. Okay. 11:10. If we take a break until 11:30, then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Welcome back.
Thank you, ma'am.
Back to you then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we can now move on to photography and visualization. Mike, can you talk us through your technical methodology, which is, I think this time it is in Appendix A1, so 1.14.13, I think.
That's right.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so page 1 of this just talks you through a little bit about how we do this, and what I do. Well, what we do. There's myself. I've got Greg and Oliver who work with me, and we tend to do all this together. Now we're technical photographers and we're also surveyors. So what I do, there's a big difference between what I do and what AVR London do. Now, what we do, we take all the equipment with us, so we actually capture the survey data whilst we're on site. So looking on page 1 of this technical methodology, you can see a photograph on the left-hand side of a camera with a GNSS antennae which sits on top of the camera. Now, in the good old days, I used to do this with surveyors. I used to hire the equipment. I'd use a 2-meter survey pole. The problem is when you're doing it on your own, you can't carry all this equipment. So I worked out a way of fixing the dish onto the camera, which we can actually put into the software the height of there's a point on the dish, and there's a point within the camera, the nodal point of the camera, where we're capturing the point for the camera. Okay, so we're doing real technical photography rather than you've got a photographer going and taking the photograph, and then you've got a surveyor coming at some stage either later in the day or the following day or the following week to capture the point. So we do everything when we're on site. So this equipment that we use, this is what surveyors use. It's no different to what AVR London surveyors use, except we don't use the 2-meter pole. And we set it up to capture it at the nodal point of the camera. And it just gives us a lot of confidence in terms of the accuracy of what we're doing. We do have to shift in terms of, we're going to get quite technical now because we don't have AVR London, they're surveyors here. I'm just going to explain a little bit about how we do this so that you understand how accurate we're being, because there's a vertical accuracy, but there's also a horizontal accuracy in terms of eastings and northings. And although we're not using as I said, the sort of the survey pole, we can actually set the distance from the line on the dish to the nodal point of the camera. Now, the nodal point of the camera, and this is something for AVR London, it's not under the camera. It's not under where the sensor is. It's part way along the barrel of the lens. So I've got a few lenses here. This is the 50mm lens that we use for the work, and I've also got the 24mm tilt shift, which is what AVR London use for all their photography. Now, there's a different nodal point depending on which lens you're using. So the wider lenses you've got to set the camera further back on the plate to get the correct nodal point, whereas 50mm lens is further up, is closer to the center of the tripod. And it just means that actually the nodal point is different from one lens to another lens, and you need to know precisely where that nodal point is. Now, something, a little exercise that you can do so you understand what I'm talking about. Okay, so close one eye and hold one finger up very close to your eye and move your head from side to side. And if you see how much the finger appears to move against the computer monitor, and then you move it further away from you to arm's length, then move your head from side to side, you see it not moving as much. Okay, and this is to do with something called parallax, but it also helps you to work out where the nodal point on your camera is, and it's part way down the lens. It's not under the camera. And this is why I wanted to see AVR London's detailed way of working out their survey points, because I just don't understand how they're doing it. If they're just doing it with the camera centered on the tripod, they've got the nodal point in the wrong position. It's partway down the lens, and it just has an effect on the accuracy of what you're doing. Okay, so this is where we're getting very detailed, and why really I wanted to question AVR London, their surveys, about what they're doing, how they're actually doing this so much more accurately than we're doing it, because I'm not convinced that actually what they're doing is any more accurate than, you know, with the camera position than what we're doing. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to get a precise position for the camera. Now, there was a bit of criticism in terms of the rebuttal from AVR London about positioning of the camera. Now, we're using this RTK, real-time kinematic correction, and it works in the majority of situations. There will be a situation where we can't get a mobile phone signal, and when that's the case, we still get very sort of accurate sort of eastings and northings, but we can find the heights are quite a long way out. So when we don't get RTK, we get a pretty accurate positioning, but it may need a bit of adjustment. But generally, you know, for viewpoints, we will get the RTK, the real-time kinematic correction, and so we know we got the camera in. You know, it's 1 centimetre accurate. So the camera side of it is really important. The surveying side of it is really important. What you'll also see, I don't know whether it's very clear on there, but I'll just show you. I've got a tripod here, which just basically shows something. It's called a tribrac, and a tribrac is basically how you level a tripod. I was reading through the AVR London's methodology, and they talk about sort of rotating the photograph. Well, there should be no need to rotate the photograph to get it level, because you use the tribrac, so everything is leveled on the camera. So the question for me with AVR London, well, why are you having to rotate your photographs? You shouldn't have to do that. If you've set your tribrac up properly, you've leveled with a spirit level, you'll have a perfectly aligned photograph. Okay, so that is really important. The whole camera setup is really important. And this is the bit that a lot of practitioners get wrong. So it's really important to understand your camera and the setup. And basically, with the 24mm lens, what if you just look at this and see, with a 50mm lens, that's roughly where the camera sits on top of the tripod. The nodal point's right in the centre of the tripod. Now, with a 24mm lens, you have to shift the plate all the way back and sit the camera on there, and then you've got this parallax sorted out, and the nodal point is in the centre of the tripod. The question for AVR London, well, where's your camera sat? Is it sat back, or is it sat right in the middle? You know, which is, I don't know. And if they're not levelling it with a tribrac, how are they actually, you know, why they're having to rotate the photograph? So there's a few technical things that we build into our workflow to make it as accurate as we can. So it's technical, that what we're doing. And there's just a couple of examples of single frame images here on the right hand side. One's one of the views from the Sign Fishing Lakes, the top one, and just shows you the kind of visual that we produce. And then the lower one, it shows you the limitations of the 50mm lens. This is from Grasshoppers. It's very close to the site. From Tesco. It shows it's a big, you know, it's going to be a big development. These images are the same size, and we're just showing them. So it's the relative to understand the scale of it. We can do a bit more to capture the full extent of Tesco if we want to. It's probably more important to capture the context, the width. We can go higher. I would very rarely use 24mm tilt shift. Very, very rare. Probably central London, somewhere like Canary Wharf or a very tall skyscraper, but not in this location. So we're on to page 2. This just shows on the left-hand side. This is the typical setup. So you can see the camera sat on top of the tripod with the SP 80. We've got 2 of these dishes. We've got an SP 85. They're very accurate. It's no different to what the equipment the AVR London surveyors are using. We're not inaccurate with what we're doing. You know, we're really trying to be very, very accurate with camera positioning. So on the right-hand side, this shows you the typical sequence of what we try and do for each of the views. So an existing view, it will be perfectly level. There'll be no need to do any rotation. We've leveled it with the tri-brack. We've used a sort of spirit level, and we're very happy with the level of it. We use ground data. Now you'll sort of see the 3D model view with like a sort of geometric grid on the surface. That surface is Lidar data, so we're using Lidar data to generate that geometric grid. And then we do like an overlay, this composite overlay. It's basically an overlay between the photograph and the 3D model. Now the bit that's missing from this is the Lidar DSM data, and I'm going to go into that in a bit more detail for one of the viewpoints, the Canaletto view, because it's really important so that you understand precisely the difference between what we're doing and what AVR London are doing, because what they appear to be doing is using points quite close to the camera for their 3D modelling and visualisation work, whereas we're using points a long way away around the site. So we're using points that are 5 to 15 centimetre plus or minus, which are right, and we're aligning those 3D models generated from the Lidar data with the photograph, and we're getting a perfect fit. So it just gives us a huge amount of confidence in what we're doing. We can use 3D points, and we do use 3D points when we don't have Lidar, but the DSM data, rather than using 8 points, which is what AVR London do, we're using 10,000 points for Sign House. And I just put it to AVR London, with your 8 points taken along the edge of the Thames towpath are 10,000 points over Sign House. Which one's right? You know, and some of the points that used by AVR London are twigs on branches on trees. Nobody can check that. You know, verified views, anyone can check the DSM data. It's freely available. AVR London can do what we do without doing the total station work and check what we've done. Okay, so this just sort of talks you through the kind of work that we do. This is all single frame images using a 50mm lens. Sometimes we have to go wider for wide developments, but with the majority of these viewpoints, we can fit them on the 50mm lens. This next page, viewpoint, page 3, similar to what we looked at before in terms of what we produced to show the scale of these developments in the local townscape. And on the left hand side, we sort of see what we've used for that geometric grids, which is the Lidar DTM data, which is digital terrain model, so it's just ground data, and below that is the DSM data, which is the building data. And as I said, it's very, very accurate. And this is, it's what a lot of us use for this kind of work. I've used it all over the country. It's very accurate. We can't always depend on it in city centres because the Lidar data is historic. This might be from 2019 or 2020. Another building might have gone up. Where a new building's gone up, we might have to get some 3D points on those buildings, on those new buildings, just to give us that confidence, that certainty for those visualizations. But the majority of our work, the Lidar DSM works every time. So we have a point where the cameras, we're very confident on the position of it, and then you've got 10,000 points, maybe 400 meters away. And you compare that then with the AVR London. As I said, I don't know how accurate their nodal point is. They've then got very close points on twigs on the edge of the Thames towpath. And the question for them is, are you being as accurate as what we're being? And that's why they should have appeared at this public inquiry. And if we go on to page 4, these are just visualizations that show basically, the 3D view. So that's a bit about our technical methodology So, okay, sorry, Barbara.
No, that's very useful explanation. Thank you. Can you talk us through your Appendix L now? So this is ID 1.14.26. So going back to the document we've looked at.
Yeah. Okay. So if we look at figure L1, so all we've done here, we've just taken AVR London's original visualization, and you'll be able to find it in their CD 1051, and we've presented it at the size it should have been presented in the first place. So part of this purpose, AVR London have very kindly in the CD 1051 done this themselves. The question for them, why didn't you do it first time? Make these visualizations part of your planning application. Apply with the TGN 0619, make sure they're in there, just so that something like me doesn't come along and say, where is it? They've done it finally for the public inquiry. Why wasn't it done for the planning application, the environmental statements? So all this does is to basically show Viewpoint 6 at the size it should be presented at. And it would be very useful, Ma'am, to have a look at the size it was presented in the original environmental statements and compare the two and make your own mind up about whether this, from this viewpoint, is more helpful than what AVR London originally presented it as.
Have you got this CD reference?
Barbara, do you know?
Because there's a lot of different bits and pieces for the...
Yeah, this is the Homebase application.
Yes, sorry, and I haven't got that to hand.
Sorry, I should have mentioned that, but really, this just should explain to everyone this is how it should have been done in the first place. There's a little bit of criticism in terms of what AVR London have done here. The lines are very blocky. There's a lot of colour in there. I don't really follow it as a technical. Somebody who's technical, I find it quite difficult to understand. I think this should have been an AVR 2 or an AVR 3. I don't understand why this was a multicoloured AVR 1. Now, the AVR 1s, I've never seen such colourful AVR 1s. It's not in any technical guidance, and I've never come across this before until this particular project. So the question really for AVR London is, why is it split up into all these different wonderful colours? It creates a bit of confusion for me, because I don't understand why it isn't just a single colour for the Homebase site, and which is why is all this different colour in there, because it just doesn't help the reader understand what's going on. So move to figure L2, and this is my attempt, or actually Greg did this. Greg's attempt at following through. I suppose we just wanted to check, against what AVR London had done, just to make sure we're comfortable with the way that the visualizations have been sort of, prepared. And, really, we don't have a great deal of issue with what they've done from a 3D modeling point of view, but there's a real question about presentation and a fundamental question about the camera and the lens. Very simple, just follow the guidance, don't do it your own way, because this is the way that you've always done it. So if we we'll move on to L4. So L4, I'm quite happy with the Tesco Oscar. It's nice, sort of cyan blue. Homebase, it's again multicolored. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, and there are some cumulative developments in here, which I think are the pink ones at the bottom. And this is the problem. It sort of goes off the side on the left-hand side. So there's something missing. I'm not quite sure what's missing, but similar to what I produced for the Viewpoint M, I'd be expecting all cumulative developments to be shown on a wider view, to show the setting. I do think the whole approach to the cumulative assessment is wrong, because they're using these small other planning applications within 1 kilometre, whereas it'd be more helpful to understand what the wider developments going on in planning are. So that's helpful, but as I said, the colours I don't think they really help at all, and they're not in any guidance. L5, we just did our own comparative illustration. And as I said, from the 3D modelling point of view, yeah, we're happy with what AVR London are doing. But fundamentally, you know, one of the points about photography, you look at sort of L4, why have they taken it with these branches in the foreground? You know, just very simple. You know, why? You know, probably moving 1 metre to the left or to the right, you'd have an open view towards these sites. You know, it's very clear in the technical guidance note 0619. There should be a clear and open view. These is distracting. These branches are distracting. It should be a clear and open view. So this view should have been retaken from a different viewpoint. So we'll move on to L6. We've already talked about, if this was a 50mm image on a full frame sensor camera, there's part of the image missing, and why is it missing? So, and that's really what raises my questions for AVR London. Where is the rest of that photograph? You know, and then we move on to L7, and we've got a bit of a problem here because we've got multiple colours. We've got some of these colours going into the grass, and I don't know why AVR London think that's going to be helpful, because it just raises the question: have they actually got the vertical positioning of this view correct? All they need to do is to add in, similar to our geometric grid, they just need to add in some ground surface, so they're not just hanging. You know, I'm sure they're right in terms of the positioning, the vertical positioning, but why they're showing the pink going into the ground. So anyone who doesn't understand how this has been put together will be sort of saying, well, actually, these pink buildings look like they're in the field in the foreground. They're not. They're actually beyond a ridge line. But because of the way that it's being presented, it's just not being communicated properly. So we're on to figure L8. This is our attempt, and yeah, we're in agreement with where AVR London have got the building. So not, but the way they presented it was not very helpful. And then moving on to L9, this is where AVR London seems to be mixing up AVR1s and AVR3s. It's not very helpful. They've got Homebase as an AVR3, and then other developments as AVR1s. Now, really, they should all be AVR1s. They should have left Homebase as an AVR1, just so it's understandable. A lot of people viewing an AVR3, because AVR London are so good at these AVR3 photorealistic, it looks like it's there. You know, that's a compliment, because they do produce very good AVR3 visualizations. But the AVR1 side of this, it just leaves me not really understanding what's actually going on. Now, I've had to blow this up to present it the size they should have presented it at. So there's a few colours in there that I don't really understand what's going on. There's some greens in there. There's bits of pink hanging around. I don't really understand. I don't follow it. I don't understand how anyone can actually read this and make any kind of informed assessment based on that visualization. So we move on to L10. This is a visualization that we've produced. This is in the actual ARC report. They say that there's no view from here of either development. If you read the reports, there will be a view, and we're showing the blocks here. So on the left-hand side, the Tesco's, mostly, it will be visible. It's going to be largely screened by the houses and the trees, but it will be visible. And on the right-hand side, just to the right of the left of the church tower, there will be a bit of Homebase visible. So I haven't included the original AVR London AVR1 for this, but it was you just couldn't quite tell whether it would be visible or not. So there's just a bit of confusion being generated, and also because it was presented at such a small size, it's difficult. You need to get a magnifying glass out to understand what's actually going on with this viewpoint. So we'll move on to L11. This is the view from Sion House. And for me, again, this is supposed to be a cumulative visualization. In reality, it's actually got their AVR3 for Homebase. Looks great. Sticking up above the above the buildings. But it should have been all AVR1s. It should have kept one sort of like style. Leave the AVR3s for the visual assessment, but for doing the cumulative assessment, let's have AVR1s for all the different developments, because to a layperson, they'd think that's actually there, that home-based development actually forms part of the view. And just a slight criticism about this viewpoint. Just moving the camera just a meter would have made a big difference. What's not shown on L11 is that the wider columns that are actually in AVR London's original viewpoint. We can probably see, if we turn to CD 1051 and we go to AVR London's visualization, which is, let's have a look. Which is AVRAE. AVRAE.
Page.
This is page 40. So it's mainly a criticism, really, of the original 24mm image, and you can see that big stone pillar on the right-hand side of the image. It just doesn't help. It's sort of, in terms of context, just by moving slightly to the left, it would have made a big difference with the original imagery. They used the wrong lens to begin with. It should have been the 50mm lens, but you don't capture. It's similar to those branches. You don't have a big column there just affecting the view. You're losing over a third of the image. So it's all about microsighting of your viewpoint. So moving on to L12, which is the view from the Great West Roads, and this was a strange one to me, because in terms of viewpoints, there was an obvious viewpoint which we picked up, or our group picked up, which was from the footbridge going across the Great West Road, which is the obvious location to have a viewpoint of Homebase. Instead, AVR London and ART chose to have it at this location, where there's a lot of elements in the foreground, meaning it's not a very open view of the Homebase development. So just in terms of choice of development, there's a very simple issue in terms of why this location, why not in the middle of the footbridge where you've got a nice clear view of Homebase, which would be just much more useful. Most of the Homebase site isn't actually present in this view. It's just a very, very poor choice of viewpoint, because it's just not open. So I didn't like the AVR1 for this development below. It looks like it's going across to the Great West Road. I know what's going on, but for the lay person, what is that pink dotted line doing? What on earth is going on there? It's just not very clear. So just a bit of a criticism of the cumulative, again, visualizations. Moving on to figure L13. This is the view from Sion Park. And I think it'd be really useful to look back at the view in the original core documents, CD 51, for this viewpoint. This is view 13. And view 13 is page.
Turn the video on.
Page 26. 25, 26. Actually, yeah, this is from page 26. So what I'd suggest you do, you just have a look at page 26, look at the size of that image, and compare it with what I presented here. Now, a completely different size. It still looks very small in here on my presentation, but it's very, very, very small. Actually, this looks like it's actually, this is a, that's interesting. Yeah, this is a summertime view, viewpoint 13 on my view, and they got winter view for there. So we're not quite comparing apples with apples, but there is just an issue for me in terms of how these have been presented at such a small size, and even when they're blown up, it's not very helpful. Even this AVR3, this would have been better presented as an AVR1, just with a line drawing. So just a bit of a criticism of this, the technique. And viewpoint 14, this again is a summertime view. I'm not sure whether AVR London include the summertime views in CD 51 or not. It's not, yeah, it's just not very clear to me. But again, this shows just Homebase in the view, and I've blown it up because in the original visualization, which is so small, you just can't pick up what the difference is, what the change is. So, so all I'm trying to do with this particular document, Appendix L, is try and help the reader understand what AVR London should have presented these images as, you know, to help the planning application. And then figure this should be L15, not B15. That's a mistake on my part. And this shows the lovely AVR3 by AVR London. But again, it's presented so small in the original visualization, it's difficult to make it out. Moving on to the next one, figure L16. This is that viewpoint 1, which we had a look at in my appendix M. There was a different way of actually presenting this using a 50mm lens.
Sorry, where are we now?
Yeah, so we're on figure L16.
L16.
Yeah. So you can compare, this is actually my photograph, not AVR London's. So you can compare this with what AVR London did, what they produced in their visualization in, if you go back in their CD to AVR-A. So in terms of, you know, massing and everything, yeah, you know, it looks fine. But in terms of the 24mm lens, it didn't really help width-wise. It helped a little bit in terms of the verticality, but it wouldn't have actually helped completely with the site. So I think AVR London needs to look at the guidance and look at a different way of producing their visualizations to comply with the guidance. That's L16. L17 is the view from the sports field, and you can compare that with AVR London's AVR-I on page 13. So my image presents it at the size required by, according to the guidance. AVR London's visualization is too small. Then moving on, we've already been through L18, L19 and L20. L21 is another very close viewpoint, just on the side of the Great West Road, and quite major changes to this view. I think, again, according to the ARC's Townscape Visual Impact Assessment, this is going to be there's going to be a beneficial impact on this view. The multiple colours for Tesco don't really help. I'm not quite sure how the different colours really help anybody. This is an obvious example of one that should have been an AVR3, the AVR one just doesn't. It just doesn't help. What we've then done on the next figure, L22, is basically produce our own 3D model. This illustrates just the block massing of the development. And moving on to L23, shows what the AVR1 could and should have probably looked like. So you compare L23 with L21, and I know which one would have helped residents and the planners. I don't think L21 did. We'll then move on to figure L24, which is that view from Tesco, well, sorry, from Osterley Park. Great rendered image. This original photograph wasn't very good at all. It was actually quite poor weather conditions. It was being retaken, I think, and it's a much clearer visualization. I think it's very good what AVR London have done, and I think if this could have been replicated for all the close viewpoints with a 50mm lens, like they say they've used here, which they may or may not have used, then I think you wouldn't have me involved in this public inquiry. L25, this shows the this is the view from Scion Park, and it will be Tesco Osterley shown. I'm not quite sure where Homebase is in this view. I don't think it's included, but again, we're showing this because if you then compare my extracted view with the original, which used the 24mm lens, I'm just trying to find that one in CD 1051. If anyone's a bit faster than I am, might want to shout out. Okay, so is that? I think it's page 28. Is that view? So if you compare page 28 of CD 1051 with just my blown up version of AVR London's visualization. And just on this, the point we made earlier about the close target points we use, that AVR London use, and the target points that we use, which is the DSM data. One of the criticisms, I think, we used a very similar viewpoint here to AVR London. AVR London used points along this fence in the foreground. Now, if you've got slightly the wrong position for the camera because you've got the wrong nodal points, you may well have the perfect points along that fence, but then your 3D model visualization is going to be wrong. Okay, with our view, if the nodal point's right or almost right, and using DSM within that view for the Gillette Tower, for buildings that we can actually see in the view, then our visualization is going to be right. So it's something that we'll probably talk about when I'm being cross-examined later on. Okay, moving on to, sorry.
Just before you do move on, just while I'm comparing the two, the AVR, the page 28 AVRS,
yes,
versus your L25.
Yeah.
So the right of the clock tower is a tree, and then on the AVR one, there's more rendering that's not on yours. Well,
this isn't actually mine. This is actually, I've just taken something that that AVR London have produced. This isn't my visualization. This is one that AVR London have produced, and I've taken it from the TVIA, from the document produced by ARC and AVR London for the Tesco Osterley project, and just use that. So we may not quite again be comparing apples with apples.
So it doesn't show the home base, I think.
Yeah, well, it's just this is one of the problems with these visualizations. It's there's a lack of consistency in this view. I'd be expecting to see the home base development. When I produced this, I didn't have CD 1051. This was a few weeks ago when I only had the original visualizations in the two TVIAs. So, you know, one thing AVR London have done in CD 1051, they've updated a lot of the visualizations, have changed. They're not the same as the ones that were in the original TVIAs.
Thank you. That explains it. Thank you.
Okay. L26. Now this is one which is the same as Viewpoint 15. So if you compare this with page 30 of the CD 1051. Now it's the same photography, but again, I'm picking up what you've just identified, Mum. There's no home base here. It's just showing Tesco Osterley. So the consolidated bundle has changed. The visualizations have changed. They're not the same as what were in the original Townscape Visual Impact Assessment visualizations. But the point is, I'm trying to present them at the size they should have been presented in the first place. Okay, so moving on to the next one, L27, which is the same as Viewpoint 7, and this is we can quite clearly see through the trees now the Gillette Tower. So you can see the arrow with Gillette Tower. We can actually see it through the trees, but we couldn't see it in the original photograph or the original visualization. So that is just, we're presenting at the size that it should have been presented at in the first place. But again, you got the branch in the foreground, just a very, very poor photograph. Move it 1 meter either way, get rid of the branches. Just let's have a nice open view, a representative view, and not a view. You go in the summer, this is a wintertime view, not a view that suddenly you've got leaves on these branches and you can't actually make it out. So it's a very poor choice of viewpoint. Moving on to L28. Again, you've got this issue with the AVR ones with lots of colours on the right hand side for Homebase. Tesco, the sign looks great. I'm happy with that. And then you move on to the next one, figure L29, and suddenly, oh dear, on the left hand side, the Tesco's is unreadable, but the Homebase on the right looks good. So there's just an inconsistency with the AVR ones that are being produced here that just make them unreadable, and it just needs rethinking by AVR London in terms of their presentation techniques, because they don't conform with any guidance. And all we did was take that same view and presented just our block model, you know, so not really any criticism at all about the 3D modelling, or you know how they've sort of aligned it, but really there's one way of presenting it like that, which actually to me is on L29. If you then look at L30, I think it communicates better in terms of the way what the impacts are going to be. So that's the end of Appendix L, Barbara. All
right. Thank you. So, and I understand that in January 2022, this year, you contacted AVR London's director, Joseph Robson, to try to agree on a statement of common ground. What happened?
I did. I was on holiday, and the clients passed very kindly the contact details for Joseph, and I phoned him. Unfortunately, Mr. Robson was just not very communicative. He wasn't very open. He wasn't happy to share anything with us to help us really put an objective, balanced, transparent package in front of the inspector. And it's just a bit disappointing, because I know AVR London, they're a very well-known company, and I've got nothing to hide, and I'm sure AVR London would like to think they haven't got anything to hide, but we didn't see eye to eye in terms of me opening up how we do this work, and AVR London just maybe helping a little bit with that. So I can understand are they using 50mm lens? Why are they using the 24mm lens? I just really wanted to explore that a bit with Joseph, and he wasn't prepared to do that.
All right, thank you. And I think we were going to go and talk about the differences between 50mm and 24mm lenses, but I think we've already done that. So I'm just wondering if we can move on. All right. So can you explain to us why you produce images at both A3 and A2 size in your proof of evidence? I think you mentioned that, but just
I did explain it earlier, and just to explain again, with a camera has got a single lens, it's got one lens, the same as the human eye, and we can reproduce that view the same as the human eye. With a 50, it's got to be a 50mm lens. You can't do it with a 24, it's got to be a 50mm lens on an A3 sheet, and it works. You use two eyes, you look at the same image, and it looks too small. And if you try and hold an acetate up and look through the acetate with two eyes, you'll go cross-eyed because nothing will line up. So you've got to close one eye, and then it will work. The A2, it's blown up by 150%, and then suddenly the proportions work. It's like a light bulb moment. It was a light bulb moment for me, and it has been for everyone else that's actually gone through one of my workshops to understand how we actually do this. That's why there's A3 and A2.
Right. And if we can just turn briefly to Chris Meal's AVR London's technical methodology. Chris Meal in his document states that for standard verified photography, each view is taken with a lens that gives a 68-degree field of view approximately, a standard which has emerged for verified architectural photography. And what are your comments on that statement?
Before you answer that, Mr. Spence, sorry, can you just give me a reference for that?
I was actually trying to find a reference for that, and I'm sorry, and I couldn't find the reference for that one. So I'll have to.
Okay, so can we go to the Chris Meal's Appendix 3, the AVR London methodology?
Just hold fire.
And unfortunately I haven't got the reference for that.
Well, I have, Barbara. So
right, okay, thank you.
Yeah. So
Mr. Mealy's evidence.
Yeah, Appendix 3.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you go to paragraph 1.5. I think it's about the fifth line.
Appendix 3 is the letter of instruction.
I've got Appendix 3, the rebuttal proof of Dr. Chris Meal.
Rebuttal proof, okay.
Yeah, rebuttal proof. Appendix 3, which is the AVR London methodology.
On there, thank you.
Okay, and then look at paragraph 1.5.
Yeah.
That's the fifth line down.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, so that's what AVR London have stated, that the standard verified photography, each view is taken with a lens that gives a 68-degree field of view, approximately. A standard which has emerged for verified architectural photography.
Thank you. Can we?
Barbara, was the question about that?
Yes. So, do you have any comments on the statement?
Well, that's completely untrue. There's no guidance that mentions 68-degree field of view. The lenses. We all use 50mm lens, whether it's sort of the Highland Council, Scottish Natural Heritage, the Landscape Institute, and that's limited to around about 40-degree field of view. So 68-degree field of view, that's a very wide view, and it's never been in any sort of, it's not a standard. It's something AVR London use because that's the lens that they use. 24mm lens captures actually 84 degrees, not 68, but they can then crop it to 68 degrees. So that is not a standard. It's not in anything in terms of this is what the way to do it. And So I just challenge where that's come from.
And can you confirm that Shane Baker, in his scoping opinion for Tesco stated that the photography and visualizations should not use a tilt-shift lens?
That's right. In the just reading through the scoping opinion for both Homebase and Tesco's, there's a comment by Shane Baker which says for AVR London not to use the 24mm tilt-shift lens. And that's probably down to the work that I did with Hounslow on the tall building strategy. It's not necessary. It's actually quite damaging that we're seeing in these visualizations. There was an obvious solution, and to follow the technical guidance note. So Shane Baker was right. AVR London chose not to follow Mr. Baker's request.
And according to AVR London's technical methodology, all photography was taken with a Canon TSE 24mm f3.5L lens. Is that what you found?
Well, that's correct, and the TS stands for tilt shift.
And
so,
yeah. Does this mean that all AVR London's photography used a lens that Shane Baker asked not to be used?
Correct.
What lens does recognised guidance specify? Which one?
50mm.
And which one did you use?
50mm.
And is there any evidence that AVR London used the standard 50mm prime lens?
Apart from three potential viewpoints with an Ostley Park that I've asked for the metadata to check, no.
Mm-hmm. And AVR London used a 24mm lens to capture Viewpoint 1, or Viewpoint A as it had been renamed, from Sign Lane Station. Did the AVR London photograph capture the whole site? I think we've looked at this. Yeah. With a close viewpoint, should the inspector and the public be concerned that the viewpoint fails to capture the full extent of the view?
Yes, they should.
Now, can we turn to Appendix M, Mike? I think this is your rebuttal. So this is ID 1.14.27.
Yeah, I think I've already covered that one, actually, Barbara. That's the one.
Right. Okay, so we'll move on for that. Right, hold on. I'm just carrying on. Right. Can you talk us through your current technical approach to taking the photographs and producing visualizations? I think we've done. Do you want to just briefly say that, or can we move on from that?
We can move on from that. You know, basically, I do. In the past, I've done all the work myself. We don't outsource anything. We do all work in house. Historically, maybe I did something a little bit similar to AVR London. I might have employed surveyors to capture 3D points. But what I found was that I would do it at the same time. So I'd be taking the photograph and I'd have a team of 4 surveyors behind me as I'm taking the photograph. Then once I've taken the photograph, we capture the camera position there and then I'll tell them where I want the points for the points on buildings. And this was, we're going back about 10 years now. And this is a similar approach to AVR London. And so I followed a very similar approach, but I didn't take a photograph and then get someone to come along afterwards another day, because there's always that potential to get error into your workflow. So that's why I like working with surveyors. I then started using the equipment. I've got a background. I've worked for a survey company. I've got a background in this. And, we've used total stations for getting 3D points before we could get the LiDAR data. But now we've got the LiDAR data, we don't need that. AVR London need to revisit their workflow because it's not necessarily what they're doing, and they can be much more accurate with using LiDAR DSM data for doing this kind of work.
So, and do you think the inspector should have more faith in your photography rather than AVR London's?
Absolutely. If AVR London had been using a 50mm lens and following the guidance, I'd have a lot more confidence in what AVR London have done, but they haven't. And so I'm just staggered that AVR London and ARC refused to come and face me eye to eye at an inquiry.
All right, and I'm moving on now to your rebuttal document. Do you want to talk us through the series of images, and that's, sorry, ID 1.19.1, and that's Appendix N. Could you talk us through the series of images for Viewpoint AG?
Yeah, so okay, this is a really interesting viewpoint. It's called the Canaletto view, and it's something of great importance to everyone that knows the Thames. It's a very Arcadian view. It's called the Canaletto view. There's a painting by Canaletto with this perspective. And as you're walking along the Thames, looking to the right, you'll get this view. And there's been a series of visualizations that AVR London have produced for this. And so we tested what they have done because we get a different result. And all I wanted to do was to try and sort of understand what they've done, why they've done it, and why I'm getting different results. And we've spoken a little bit about this, the fact that I've got 10,000 points across Sion House, and they've got a few points around the edge of the Thames using their total station. And the question is, well, who's right, who's wrong? Well, this viewpoint, so if we're looking at figure N1, this shows, I've basically presented their image in its original size. So it's basically the 24mm lens in planar projection, and all that means it's just a flat image. And I've just presented it on an A3 sheet. So I've not really done anything with it. So just showing the original image that AVR London produced. So we then move on to N2. This shows the 24mm image presented at the size that I and the technical guidance would require them to present it at. So the interesting thing about this, and what I don't understand, is what has happened to the Homebase site, because what we can see on this is, if you look at the light green dash across the view, that is Tesco's and Tesco Osterley, okay, but the cyan dash is Tesco's. Sorry, is Homebase. Sorry, yeah, the sign is Homebase, and it just seems to stop at the edge of Sion Palace, and so that was quite interesting to me. So it seems to me to be something missing. Well, where is the rest of the Tesco development in that view? They've got all the cumulative developments in there in the pink or the magenta, but where is Homebase? Because it's not shown. It just stops. And the whole idea with an AVR1 is that you show the whole of the development. So that was really quite important, because I just had some real questions over the accuracy of this by AVR London. So if we move on to the next one, so figure N3, this is the Homebase visualization in its original form, with Homebase is in there, but it's an AVR3. Okay, but it's difficult to make it out. It's sort of somehow in there, but not very clear. So we then move to N4. Okay, so you start to see something between the tree to the right and Sion House. There's a little bit of work, so it's just not very clear, this, and I'm sort of scratching. I'm puzzled, because we'd set this up and it didn't quite we couldn't get it to match. It was sort of something quite fundamentally wrong between, there's fundamentally different to what AVR London were coming up with what we were what we were sort of coming up with. So that's the size it should have been presented at according to the guidance. So move on to N5. Now, this was a great help, and I'd just like to thank AVR London for going out in December last year to revisit this viewpoint and to capture it properly in the winter, so there's no leaves on the trees. And if you look at this viewpoint, you start to pick out Homebase in this view, A lot of it is screened behind that tree in the view on N5. So N6, this is zoomed in. This is presenting it at the right size. But what really questioned me, or the question I got for AVR, well, where is Tesco Osterley in the model? Because I was picking up a different perspective to this, with Tesco Osterley quite clearly present on the right-hand side of the tree, and it's not present here, and also a little bit to the left-hand side of the tree. So I was getting a different result. So this is the work that we're doing with our 10,000 points over Sion Palace. The single point where we've got RTK on the Thames towpath from the same location. We then move on to N7, and this shows you what we produced. You can see on this, on N7, the Lidar data and how we've lined it up, and you'll see the alignment of of Sion Palace against the DSM data. It is a little bit difficult to read, but what we've got a very good close alignment between Sion Palace with its 10,000 points and the photograph. And what we found was that Homebase was quite clearly visible above Sion Palace, and also Tesco Osterley was going to be visible to the side of the tall structures at Homebase. So we just moved back up from figure N7 back up to N6. They're not present. I'm not seeing any Tesco Osterley on N6, and I'm not seeing Homebase present above Sion Palace. So the question for me to AVR, from me to AVR London is, well, why not? Why am I getting this on N7, this part of the building sticking up, and they're not? So move on to N8, and this is basically using AVR London's photograph. I've then produced what is basically the AVR1 that I would expect to see from AVR London, showing quite clearly that yes, these both Homebase and Tesco Osterley will be visible in the Canaletto view. And if you then go back to the original views from, if we go back to N1, which I'm not quite sure whether they think it's going to be visible or not. So they think it's going to be hidden behind the tree, and then go to N3. And again, it's there's not going to be much visible. It's below the level of Sion Palace. And then you go back to N8. There's a big difference in that visualization. There's a big difference. And really, we want confidence that what AVR London are doing here is more accurate than what we're doing. I want AVR London to be challenging me to say, we're right and you're wrong. And each way I look at this, Homebase and Tesco Osterley are going to be visible in the Canaletto view, despite what AVR London have put before the inspector. And then, sorry, just moving on to N9, I've just compared the two. I've just zoomed up a bit more, and this is the size that, with two eyes, I've produced it at the size that you would see if you stood there and looked at this with two eyes. This is how you would actually see it from the Thames towpath.
Okay, thank you.
Then N10, this is what AVR London should have put in with the applications in the first place.
And do you think there's anything that AVR London could have done to check the accuracy of their visualization?
They could have used the Lidar data for Sion House, and it's freely available from the DEFRA website.
Right, so and what you're saying is that your approach, which uses thousands of accurate points for Sion House with a highly accurate camera position against a photograph from which you can calculate the precise horizontal view of.
Correct.
And are you, so you're, from what you've been saying, you're convinced that Homebase will be visible above Sion House from this location?
Correct.
And the fact that AVR London have not previously shown this present in their visualizations, yet state there is an error in your work, suggests the opposite?
I would agree with that.
So the Inspector, Historic England and members of the public can be comforted by the knowledge that you have challenged this visualization and AVR London have agreed with you.
Well, in their rebuttal of my work, which we can have a quick look at, we move on to the AVR London report, which is rebuttal proof by Dr. Chris Meal, Appendix 2, AVR London reports. And we find, let me just find which view it is. Right. I think it's page 13. Okay, Mom, have you managed to find page 13 of the rebuttal?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So now you look at what AVR London have done. They've taken our visualization at the top and compared it with theirs. Now what you'll see on that bottom visualization, which is now AVR London's latest, this is their, I think, 4th attempt at this view, you'll see a green line above Sign House on the left-hand side. Can you see that green line just to the...
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, that's the first time, we've gone through this in some detail, it's the first time any line has appeared in that location. So AVR London have had 4 attempts at this view. I've challenged them that this is going to be visible, and they've actually come back and agreed it is going to be visible.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Could we have another 5 minutes, if that's all right?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I think to summarise, the AVR London approach uses the near distance point features together with potentially inaccurate camera location, and your approach captures camera location at the same time as the photography, and you use distant point features located towards the development, and that, according to you, makes it more accurate.
Right.
And would you change your technique to follow AVR London?
No.
Do you think AVR London should review their verified views technique?
Absolutely.
And can we have a look at some of the colourful AVR London visualisations? What can you say about figure L1? But I think we've looked at this already.
Well, that, if we just move on. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you believe that AVR London presented their images at a size which made the development appear small in all views?
Yes.
And do you believe that AVR London did this knowingly and thus failed to follow L1 TGN 0619 guidelines?
Just to be careful there, you need to be careful how you're phrasing the question. I mean, I've allowed you to ask leading questions that the advocates would not be allowed to ask of their witnesses because you're not a barrister. But you need to be careful about impugning the professionalism of other people. So you might want to consider rephrasing that question.
Right. In that case, I think I'll move on. So I think in summary, Mike, do you think it's unusual that neither ARC nor AVR London have made themselves available for cross-examination at this public inquiry?
I do.
Right. All right. Thank you. And I think that concludes this session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Spence. So we had cross-examination on behalf of the applicant, 1.5 hours. Is that still likely to be the case? More or less?
I hope that will be the upper limit.
Okay. And then for the council, are you likely to have any questions for this witness? If it wasn't clear at the time, but I think you indicated up to 30 minutes if you did.
Madam, I don't think I will. I mean, obviously there are a number of things that I am anticipating Mr. Warren will cover. If he doesn't, I might just pick up on one or two of them.
Okay.
But I think you can ignore me for present purposes.
Okay. So where are we? 22:01 now. If we adjourn until past, does that give people sufficient time? Yep. So we'll adjourn until 1:30. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back everybody. The afternoon session. Hopefully nothing arose over the adjournment. Nope. In which case, I'll hand over to you, Mr. Warren. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Spence, hello, can you hear me and see me?
I can indeed, yes. Nice to meet
Very
you.
good. And you. I'd like to start, please, by asking just a couple of general questions about the overall conclusions that you reach in your evidence. And when I say your evidence, I mean everything, including what you've told us orally earlier on today. So the first point is in terms of townscape analysis. I know that you have in your evidence mainly your first proof number one, if you like, some critique of certain findings by ARC in their documents on TVIA, but you're not undertaking, as I understand it, are you, a townscape and visual appraisal in line with GLVI3 yourself?
I've not done that. I'm really just like it's the review of the work undertaken by ARC, and
yes.
All that I've tried to do is fill in some of the gaps that I thought were very big gaps that needed filling.
Yes, I understand that. We've got the points that you make, but just before we come on to what that means in terms of townscape analysis, in your proof on townscape, proof number one, you've got that to hand. Could you have a look at paragraph 9.19, please, which is on page 8. And it just picks up a point that you took again in your evidence in chief. Do you have that paragraph? That's the one about no home base townscape impact assessment.
Yes.
You with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
So in front of the inquiry, we have the original document, which is called document 1.11.5, which is ARC's detailed townscape assessment. Not the visual part, but the townscape version with all the sensitivities and susceptibilities and magnitudes and so on set out in tabular form. Do I take it that you haven't seen that?
Now there is one, there's one very thorough document for Tesco Homebase, but when I was going through all the documentation that was supplied to me, I couldn't find anything for Homebase.
Okay, well, that's the Homebase version. So I'm not blaming you, obviously, personally, Mr. Spence, but I'm just pointing out that one way or the other, you didn't have the opportunity to see the Homebase version of that, though, ma'am, obviously, you've seen that, I think, in the document. Yeah. So I obviously can't cross-examine you about that, Mr. Spence, because you haven't seen it, but I just draw that to your attention now. So I just want to come back to this point about critique, if you like, of the townscape and visual assessment, such as you've seen. In your proof, same one that we just looked at, 9.19, if you look at your page 2, please. Are you all on the screen for all of this? Your documents, yeah, okay. If you look at page 2, I think it's the same in the PDF, but maybe one later, paragraph 3.1. Tell me when you're there.
Yeah, I'm there.
So that's the one that talks about the well-established process for assessing these effects in GLVIA 3. We know, don't we, that in relation to both townscape assessments and visual impact assessments, GLVIA 3 sets out, doesn't it, a step-by-step process for undertaking a comprehensive assessment in both cases?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and it's that, isn't it, step-by-step comprehensive assessment of significance and order of magnitude of impact that you haven't done, you haven't been asked to do by your clients?
This is what is done by the applicants. It's not done by the residents group. I'm just a qualified technical reviewer, if you like.
Yes, I understand that may be why, but the answer to my question is no, I haven't been asked to do that and haven't done it.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that means, doesn't it, that you haven't done any systematic assessment of, for instance, the different character areas around the two sites in your work?
That wasn't part of my brief or necessary.
No. Or necessary, all right. So when the inspector reads your the various critiques or expressions of surprise about the outputs of the artwork, she needs to bear in mind that your views are not based on a comprehensive GLIVIA 3 compliant assessment, correct?
My views are based on spending a few days on site and taking all the photographs.
Yeah. So the answer to my question was?
I've not undertaken a comprehensive GLIVIA assessment, and it would be nice to have ARC in here to answer your question.
My question is about your evidence, obviously, Mr. Spence, as you'll appreciate. So, so it's correct that my question was that when the inspector has a look at what you do say here and there in your evidence about townscape and visual impacts, the context for those comments is you not having been asked and not having carried out a GLIVIA 3 compliant assessment. Is that right?
Right. Yes. Thank
you. All right. And I just want to take one example of what that might mean. If you go, please, in the same proof that we started with, your proof number 1, please, and go to page 36. I hope there you'll find paragraph 10.83, about a third of the way down the page.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is about it happens to be about Viewpoint 4 Goals Gillette Fauna Sports Field. And you say here at 1083, this is one of the critiques, ARC confirmed the recreational users would be of medium to low sensitivity. However, on checking ARC's table, this sensitivity is more likely to be medium to high. There are no low sensitivity characteristics in this view. Because this viewpoint is in an area of high scenic value, it pushes up the sensitivity above medium. Now, I want just to put to you as an example what GLIVIA 3 says. If you've got GLIVIA 3 to hand, do you have your own? I expect you've got your own hard copy there, which would be handy. It not having made it onto the onto the ID list yet, I think. I can see you've got it. You have yours, ma'am. If you wouldn't mind going then, please, to page. It's page 121 of the PDF. It's paragraph 6.34. It's around page 120.
114 in the hard copy.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, got it.
And if one has a look at, you obviously you're aware of the context for this paragraph. We're in the section on visual impact assessment, and at 6.30 there's the heading assessing the significance, and it goes through the usual steps: susceptibility, feeding into an overall sensitivity analysis. And it says, doesn't it, at 6.33, visual receptors most susceptible to change are generally likely to include, and then there's a bullet point list. But if you go over the page to 634, visual receptors likely to be less sensitive to change include bullet point 1, people engaged in outdoor sport or recreation, which doesn't involve or depend upon an appreciation of views of the landscape. Yeah. Which is obviously the situation in relation to Viewpoint 4. Mm-hmm. So GLIVIA 3 actually puts that category of person, doesn't it, and user in the low, likely to be in the low category.
I disagree with that. No, visual receptors, residential, tend to be high. I'd say recreational activities tend to be medium to high, depending whether it's a footpath, recreational walks on footpaths. I wouldn't put it in low. Low tends to be residents, or not residents, of people working in commercial sites, offices. But I'd still say medium. But
yeah,
I think it was in ELC's own methodology where they talked about sensitivity, and what I picked up from going through their assessment was actually they seem to be dropping the sensitivity, which didn't tie in with either my understanding of Bolivia 3 or they put in their methodology.
Well, that's why I'm just choosing this. Let me make it absolutely clear as an example of this kind of criticism. And here, okay, it's absent or it's outside an overall assessment, etc. But you've made a point about, as you say, recreational users, because it's obviously it's Goals, Gillette, Calder, Sportsfield representative viewpoint. Bolivia 3 actually says, doesn't it, at 634, that people engage in outdoor sport or recreation, which doesn't involve or depend upon an appreciation of views of the landscape, which is obviously true here, are likely to be less sensitive to change, which is different from your view, isn't it?
No, I don't think it is. No, it's less sensitive than a highly sensitive receptor. So I think we're looking at sort of medium sensitivity. We're certainly not looking at low from that viewpoint.
Right. Okay. Well, that's your understanding of 634 of the framework, of Bolivia 3. There we are. The inspector can read what it says.
I think it's sort of important as well to look back at ARC's own methodology and how they've tackled it. They've got a very comprehensive methodology. Yeah. To see how they handle it.
Yeah. Comprehensive methodology. All right. Okay. Now I'd like to leave townscape matters and assessment there for the moment and just turn to what you spent most time on in your evidence in chief and in your written evidence as a whole, and that's the question of the visualizations and the method and presentation of those visualizations. And can I just start by confirming with you what I think you made clear a number of times in your evidence in chief, which was that other than view AG, as it's been labelled in more recent times, which we'll come to, other than that view, your points about robustness and reliability and so on are based, aren't they, not on an allegation that the AVR work is inaccurate, but that it is not presented in the way that you think is correct?
That's correct. I think 3D modelling generally is very good. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I think in the light of that, I will spend some time on view AG with you in a moment. But in the light of that, I don't need to ask you very many questions about your understanding of AVR London and what they do. You're obviously well aware of their practice and indeed their methodology, aren't you?
Yeah.
For instance, at the Curve, it was used as a Curve inquiry. It was used, and you appeared, didn't you, for the objectors for the council, I think, and objectors on that occasion. Yeah. And the inspector's got, hasn't she? In fact, we might just look at it briefly at core document 9.7. You got access to that, Mr. Spence. The Chiswick Curve Inspector's report.
I haven't actually got that.
Do you have access to the website?
I don't have access to that, but if you wouldn't mind reading it, then.
Yeah, I mean, the paragraphs that I'm going to read to you are not long, and you'll be familiar with them, I think. They're on page 132 of the PDF, ma'am, in the first couple of paragraphs of the inspector's conclusions. Paragraphs. Oh.
That's me.
Yes. You're very, very kind, ma'am. You're very kind.
Where am I going?
You're going to PDF page 132. I'm just writing myself a note. This is the first time that the inspector's actually helped me cross-examine. And it's one for the memory.
I'm helping everybody.
Yes. I think I was kind of making the point that we're usually the last to be helped. So it's if that's right. So can you see that, Mr. Spence?
I can, yes.
The inspector deals with this issue in his preliminary matters because of the way that it arose in that case. and he will deal with the strong criticisms made primarily by the council. So that I think was Hounslow, wasn't it?
I was
right?
Hounslow, yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So when the inspector reads counsel, it means Hounslow, about the appellant's visual representations that are contained in the ES and in evidence. In response to my questions, the council in that case obviously confirmed that it wasn't suggesting the ES, the environmental statement, was inadequate for the regulations. Now, just pausing there, that's not your case here either, as I understand it.
Well, the visualizations don't comply with the guidance. Simple as that.
Yeah, but that's not the same. Obviously, that's not the point that I'm asking you about here. Well, you're not suggesting, having said that, you're not saying that the modelling is inadequate.
Now, hang on. The EI regulations are very clear about sort of the different sort of technical areas. It's then down to individual technical specialities to set their own guidance. The guidance for landscape for doing the LVIA is containing Cumulative 3, and in the technical guidance 0619 that we've gone through in detail.
I'm with you, but I just want to be clear about it, because I thought I put that point confidently to you, Mr. Spence, because you haven't said as much in your written evidence or in your extensive oral evidence today. You're not suggesting, are you, on behalf of the Residents Association, that the application's environmental statement doesn't meet the requirements of the regulations?
I'm not. I don't have a view on that. So I'm simply with townscape and visual impact assessment experience and a lot of photography and visualization experience. You know, I'm not criticizing the whole package, because I'm not. That's not my job. I'm not.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. I know. So I'm going to come to AG, and I'm going to come to some points you make about the presentation and the lenses and so on. But number one, don't criticise the accuracy of the 3D modelling. Number two, you don't say on your client's behalf or on your own behalf that the environmental statement was inadequate. And in Chiswick Curve, the inspector, Mr. Griffiths, I think it was, said in that case it must follow that the degree to which the appellant's visualizations might be misleading cannot be significant. And the same obviously applies here, doesn't it?
Well, I think there's guidance there for the applicant to follow, and it's not been followed. It wasn't followed for the Chiswick Curve, and it's not been followed for this project. And one of the reasons why I'm here is to make it very clear to AVR London and their clients that they've got to start following the guidance.
Yes, all right. I mean, I think I understand and got the strong sense of that mission when you were giving your evidence in chief, but the inspector and the Secretary of State who's deciding this case need to be clear, not taking issue with the 3D modelling accuracy, apart from AG, to which we'll come, not saying that the ES is inadequate in terms of the regulations, and the same conclusion must follow, mustn't it, as was reached by Mr. Griffiths, that the degree to which the appellant's visualizations might be misleading cannot be significant. Must follow, mustn't it?
Well, I think really what I'd take you back to my discussion, my conclusions on the thoroughness of the TVIA and the fact there were no adverse impacts, according to the TVIA, on visual receptors, and quite clearly somebody else in that role would have come up with a lot of adverse impacts. So the question for the inspector is whether that townscape assessment was actually thorough, and my conclusion is no, it wasn't.
Yes, I think we're at cross purposes, Mr. Spence. I understand what you said. I've asked you already about the TVIA work and the conclusions, which include obviously whether outcomes would be negative, neutral, or beneficial. I'm asking you about this point on methodology and so, do beg your pardon, ma'am. I was just going to go to the next paragraph as well. I'm so sorry. Let me just finish while you're doing that, ma'am, this question. I just want to bring us back to what I was asking you about, Mr. Spence, which was the methodological points. And the point, I don't think it's a difficult point. In a similar way, and it's not a surprise, and I'm not accusing you of anything, that you don't say that the modelling itself, apart from one instance, is inaccurate, and you don't say the ES is inadequate for the purposes of the regulations. And it must follow, as Mr. Griffiths said, that in a case like that, the extent to which the visualizations might be misleading cannot be significant. It's the same conclusion, isn't it?
Well, I do take issue with the quality of the TVA, you know, and as a result, the decisions are made on the back of it. And this is why we're here at the public inquiry, to really go through it with a fine-tooth comb to understand why somebody else might reach a different conclusion. In terms of following the EIA regulations, of course they've done that, but then there is the question as to whether the individual technical areas have actually been done properly or not. And I just raised a few holes in terms of what ARC have done, the inadequacies of some of the viewpoints, and saying that actually, if it was done properly, they may well have reached different conclusions.
All right, but again, it's quite an important overall point. So I understand the caveat that you've just entered to the answer to my question, but the answer to my question is yes, isn't it? The same conclusion about degree to which the visualization work might be misleading must follow in this case as well. Do you see?
I'm not. I'm here as an independent sort of person to try and help the inspector understand, you know, some of the, you know, failings of the TVIA and the visualizations. That's my role. In terms of the bigger picture, I don't think I'm the person to be asking those questions of.
All right. Well, no, fair enough. That's always a fair answer in a situation where a witness doesn't feel that they're in the question's in their right area. So that's fine. I'm happy with that, Mr. Spence. But if you just read on and just remind yourself, the inspector's kindly still got it on the screen for us. 12.3. I took the criticism to be a suggestion the appellant's visual representation should be approached with caution. However, that is true of any visual representation. It's important to remember that illustrations of this type are only a guide for the eventual decision maker. They are there to act as an aid memoir and to assist site visits. Now, I take it you'd agree with that paragraph.
Yeah, I agree with that, yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. I don't need that again now. We will come back to it briefly in a minute, but otherwise we don't need it. Thank you. All right. Now, I'd like to turn to the work that you've done in relation to this particular point on visualizations. And I'm not going to, in the light of what we've just been discussing, I'm not going to do every single point. You'll forgive me if I don't do that. But could we go to core document 1.17.3, which in English is the AVR rebuttal that came with Dr. Mealy's rebuttal evidence?
Okay.
Are you with me? It's Appendix 2.0 AVR report.
Mm-hmm.
You touched on it briefly with Strike earlier on today.
Yeah, I've got it.
You with me? Okay. Now, Mr. Strike took you to this document, and I think you gave a little bit of evidence about the first of the main points that it takes about the visualization from within Kew Gardens next to the resting hut.
Yes.
Are you with me? And again, I don't want to go into too much detail, I think, in the light of what you said earlier, but did I understand correctly from what you said, that for the reasons you explained, which may have been to do with some technological issue, you do in fact accept the criticisms in terms of the accuracy of your image that AVR set out here?
No.
Right, okay. So let's go please then first to page 10. So here we have in the two photo images on the left-hand side of the page, your image with the red coloured in scheme, and then AVR's version of it in the lower image with the green and the pink, you see?
Yes.
Yeah. And what that page and the exercise that AVR explain they've done there shows is that if you, as all of these images do, obviously are intended to do, put the scheme in the middle of aim for the scheme to be in the middle of the view, then you would not get what your image shows, because the line from the middle of the viewpoint, which they have accurately modelled, shows the scheme off to the right. Do you see?
I see it, yes.
Yeah, and that's a principal indicator, isn't it, that this particular view has located the scheme in the wrong place?
Well, we've actually done some further work on this view since receiving this rebuttal, and we don't get the building in the same place as AVR London. There is an updated visualisation.
Which work is that, Mr. Spence? I'm not sure I've seen that work.
No, we undertook it on Monday just to double check, because I was looking at this and scratching my head trying to work out what was going on. Basically, we went back and we surveyed some points within the grounds of Sion.
Let me stop you, Mr. Spence, just before you go on that. So are you to give us some evidence responding to the rebuttal, which we haven't seen and you didn't refer to at all in your evidence in chief? Is that right?
That's right. It's work that we did earlier this week just to double check this, and there's quite a difference for the inspectors sort of help. What this is trying to illustrate is if there's a view of the development in this Arcadian landscape from within Kew. Now, what we did, we went out, we surveyed some points within the grounds of Sion Park.
I'm going to stop you, Mr. Spence. I'm really, really sorry. This, if any, is a case where all the experts have had long enough to put their evidence in time. So I'm not, I don't know about you, ma'am, I'm not comfortable at all with evidence like this being given on the hoof without any documents of a technical nature in front of us.
Okay.
Even if it's oral evidence, it's new evidence to the inquiry introduced at a very late stage.
Okay. Well, the only thing I can say, there is something that both Algra and Historic England have seen. We've been out, we've done some survey work. The key thing for you, ma'am, is that the building will be visible in this view. According to AVR London, it's not going to be visible. It will be London. It will be visible.
Well, Mr. Spence, I'm afraid that assertion, which is what it is unsupported by any evidence that's been put in, even in your oral evidence in chief, supported by a document. So I'm going to, I'm not going to make a song and dance about it, but it's obviously not appropriate for us to have regard or give any weight to that assertion unless you produce some evidence. And it's too late, Mr. Spence, for that. I mean, on its face, if we actually deal with the evidence that you had the opportunity to, as I say, to deal with even in your evidence in chief, what AVR show is that you have cited the buildings in the middle of the view, whereas in fact they're far off to the right. I mean, it's a very extreme divergence, isn't it? As they show. Yeah,
but as they show, but I take exception to what AVR London and we've, as I said, we were on site on Monday. I know you're not accepting this, but it will be visible in this view. If you take one step to the right, 2 steps forward, it will be visible. This Arcadian view from the
one step to the right and 2 steps forward. All right. I mean, I don't think you should be taking any steps anywhere on this point.
I'm mixing up by that. Am I right? No. So if you just step to the left, it will be visible. And we checked this on Monday. And
okay. I'm just going to stop you again, Mr. Spencer, because again, you do appreciate. I mean, you've given evidence upon inquiries before, haven't you?
I have given evidence.
You gave evidence at the curve, for instance. We just looked at.
Yes. Yeah.
This is an important point, because this is the only view upon which it appears Q and HE and U say that the scheme would be even remotely visible from within the World Heritage Site, and the evidence that the inspector has got. Let me finish.
You need to let him finish.
The evidence that the inspector's got in front of her at the moment demonstrates that your view is wrong, and now you're seeking to introduce new evidence to say actually we've done some more work and there's a different view. That's the situation.
It will be visible within the World Heritage Site.
Okay, well, you say that. There's no evidence to that effect, and I don't accept that it's remotely appropriate for you to be introducing it at this stage. Ma'am, we'll take it up, obviously, around and about the inquiry. And I appreciate the role that Mr. Spence is playing, but on the other hand, he's appearing for a Rule 6 party, and they're bound by the rules like the rest of us. Yeah, as indeed as a professional witness, and I won't comment any further on it. All right. I mean, I just want to stay with the evidence that we've actually got on this point. You don't take any issue, as I understand it, well, you haven't taken any issue in your evidence in chief with the way that AVR London have modelled the view, do you, in this section of their rebuttal?
I've not had a chance to do a rebuttal of their rebuttal, but because of the questions about the work that we did, we've been out and checked what they've done, and we get a different result.
Again, leaving that aside for the moment,
we're very happy to share the results of this and all the technical 3D point information with AVR London and the inquiry, and that can be done if that's allowable. So it's just unfortunate. It's yeah, I know it's sort of beyond. You know,
beyond something anyway, Mr.
Yeah,
Smith.
yeah, okay,
sure.
But it's not. You know, I'm not happy with AVR London's positioning of this because it will be visible.
All right. You said that a number of times, and obviously the inspector's taking the same view about that assertion as we indicated earlier. All I can do, I think, is to ask you to accept that in your evidence before the inquiry that you gave earlier on today, you didn't indicate, did you, that there was anything wrong technically with what AVR London have done in this section of their rebuttal?
I've not been going through there. I thought this was the opportunity for us to go through the AVR London rebuttal.
Did you? Okay. Well, you weren't paying much attention, if I may say so, to your previous public inquiries then, Mr. Spence. This is the opportunity where I test your evidence, you see, on behalf of the applicant. It's not a discussion or a seminar. Okay? So let me turn to the other questions then that arise from your visualizations. Can I just, maybe we can deal with this in one go as well. Do you still have that document open? In the following sections of this document, the AVR go through, don't they, a number of other of your views, yeah? And make technical observations about the degree to which they think that they are inaccurate. Now, number one, you didn't say anything about that, did you, in your evidence in chief, apart from in relation, I think, to MSE 2, isn't it, on, where is it, on page 13, yeah?
So page 13 of? Yeah,
page 13 of this rebuttal, ma'am, that we just had, we've had open. So that's the one that we looked at right at the end, very, very much towards the end of Mr. Spencer's evidence in chief, when we'd be looking at AG.
Yes.
And then we turn to this. Now, if we leave that one aside, I'm going to come to AG in this one, I promise, in a moment. But other than that, Mr. Spence, it's right, isn't it, that you didn't give any evidence, either in writing or orally earlier, that took issue with AVR London's work in the rest of this document?
The rebuttal?
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of things that I disagree with. There's a lot of errors in there that they've accused us of, and I've talked through about how we do our work, and you know, and the accuracy. Well, there is a question for me over what AVR London have done. They've just done a hatchet job on our work. The vast majority of what we've done is absolutely spot on. There are a few technical questions, and I'm quite happy to answer questions about those, but I don't accept the majority of these points about it being slightly out. That's not relevant.
Well, that's up to the inspector whether it's relevant or not. The answer to my question, I think, was no, wasn't it? Remember the question?
Sorry,
the question was, you haven't taken the opportunity, have you, to indicate whether, and if so, how, you disagree with the technical work that AVR London have done in the rest of this document.
Well, the only point really is about we've got this fundamental difference between they use very close target points in their views. We use LiDAR DSM data,
Yes. Okay, subject to that general point that you've made, the answer to my question? I put it again?
No, I haven't.
No.
No.
Okay. On your point about, we'll come to Lidar in a second because it's obviously important in relation to AG, which is that one that some particular focus has been put on. But if you go back, please, in the same document to page 9, it appears in a number of places actually, but this is where, because it's the first one up, if you like, AVR relay copy. I mean, set out again their methodology or part of their methodology for doing this work. Do you see it's in italic on page 9? Yes. And at 2.3, the inspector will note the other things about surveyors and so on. But what AVR do is to establish the baseline and a series of clearly identifiable static points across the photograph, which are observed using the total station. These observations are taken throughout the depth of field of the photograph and at different heights within the image. Okay, so it's simply incorrect, Mr. Spence, to say that AVR take a few near at hand points, isn't it?
Well, these all seem to be in the very near distance, just around the trees and the vegetation this side of the Thames. They're not using, I can't see anything in there where they've got any points within Syon Park.
Yeah, I mean, in relation, I'll just go on to the one that we're really mainly concerned with on page 13 again, your view across, which you were describing as the Canaletto view, that one.
Yeah.
Now there, obviously, unlike you, I think, AVR have surveyed points all over Syon House. So they're not close at hand, are they, for the purpose of their work on the image?
Where's the evidence they've got those survey points in Syon House?
Well, I think if you... Do you doubt that they've surveyed Syon House?
The thing, there's no evidence anywhere that they've got any points in Syon House.
Okay. Well,
if you look through their technical methodology, got one example of some points around Osterley House, showing how they do it. And this is a criticism of their technical methodology in that they don't present the details of where the points that they've captured are, or even what the points are.
All right, so you need persuasion, or it needs to be demonstrated that in doing these views with Syon House in that AVR have surveyed points on Syon House. Is that your position?
I would. That's exactly what I'd like to see in their technical methodology, right. To be open about what they've actually used in this.
Okay, fine. I take your point. All right, so that was a general question about their methodology. I asked you preceding that a question about the remainder of their rebuttal of your work, other than this particular view, which is relevant to view AG. I think we can probably just stay with this page 13 of the rebuttal for a moment before we go to the AG images in your views N and so on. Because at the end of your, or towards the end of your evidence in chief, you said, well, AVR have had 4 goes at this, and only in this version here do we see for the first time a green line over the crenellations of Syon House. Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay, so this isn't the same view, is it, as AVR's view AG? This is their checking of your view, which is a different view, isn't it?
It's the Canaletto view. It's from the same location. Just about within, I'm not quite sure how close it is, but it is the Canaletto view.
Yeah, it's not the same image or view, is it, Mr. Spence, as view AG?
AG is AVR London's photograph. This is my photograph.
I know, exactly. So when you said, oh, well, they've had 4 goes at it, and now finally we see them.
Sorry, can I please finish? My photograph is set 1.6 metres above the Thames towpath. They may have been, I don't know, within 1 or 2 meters of where I took this this photograph from.
Okay.
There won't be that
All right.
variation in the height of Homebase.
Well, we know how far away Homebase is, obviously, don't we, from the viewer? The answer to my question is yes. This is a different photograph from the one that's the basis for AG, correct?
Correct, yes.
Right, okay, thank you. But can we turn to AG and turn to your rebuttal document, which I think is 119.1. It's got your figures N and N1 and following in it. Do you mind just going to that, please? And if we go with it, when you've got that, if we go within it, please, to N7, figure N7.
Yeah.
You explained earlier on the method for creating this image, which is the basis for your judgment that, contrary to the AVR work, one would see more of Homebase and Tesco in this view than they show.
Yes.
What you've done is you've taken a photograph from you've taken AVR London Viewpoint AG, as the title tells us at the bottom, and you've overlaid on it principally, first of all, Lidar data. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So it's not based on a survey of Sign House, first of all.
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of the method that you've used to insert the Lidar data into the picture, both horizontally and vertically, that's been done, hasn't it, by eye?
That's been done. No, that's been done with 3D modeling software.
Right, but in order for the 3D modeling software to work, you've got to input something into it, haven't you, to correlate the Lidar data with the photograph? Yeah?
Correct, yes.
Okay, but that involves a judgment, doesn't it, which is a manual input. I don't know whether you did this yourself, Mr. Spence, or your colleague.
Yes, I did this myself. And
so,
what we, there isn't a judgment. Yeah, the way that we do this is using a known sort of horizontal field of view and putting target points in that view to make sure we've got the correct horizontal field of view, and then we drop the LiDAR data. There's no stretching or any movement of the LiDAR data. It is what it is. And I'm
not suggesting there's any stretching of it. I'm suggesting that when you drop it in,
it's aligned with Sign House, as does the Homebase and Tesco Beyond.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is correct, isn't it, Mr. Spence? That when you are using the three, as you described it, the 3D modeling software, and inputting into the photograph the LiDAR data, you have to decide how to line it up with the horizon, for instance.
Well, not with the horizon. No, we're using Sign House as guide. So
how are you using Sign House if you haven't surveyed it?
Because we use it the LiDAR DSM data is basically 10,000 points over the top of Sign House, which has been supplied by the Environment Agency, which, as I said, my evidence that AVR London could check. So although we haven't surveyed it, this is using publicly available data.
I mean, this method of inputting LiDAR data on top of a photograph like this is it something that one finds referred to in the guidance?
This is just a standard way of doing work. This is just no different to, going into detail. We're doing exactly the same process here as using a total station, which is what AVR London have done. So, what I would love to be able to do is sit down with AVR London and look at the two approaches and see what points they actually got on Sign House and compare that with the LiDAR DSM data and why we're getting this difference.
Okay, just come back to my question though, just to help the inspector as much as we can, please. Dropping LiDAR data, feeding LiDAR data into a photograph like this, photographic image like this, isn't something which I find, or the inspector finds, does she, in any of the guidance?
This is just the technical way of doing. This is more advanced than the work that AVR London are doing, but it's freely available. It's exactly the same except
you say it's more advanced, but if you look at the photograph, you look at the image, your N7, Mr. Spence.
Yes.
One thing that is absolutely obviously true, isn't it, about LiDAR data, is that it's not photographically accurate. So if you look at the left-hand turret, for instance, of Syon House, the LiDAR data is not accurately mapped onto it, is it?
It is photographic. It comes in different resolutions. So this isn't a 25 centimetre or maybe even half a metre resolution. This is a metre resolution. And all we mean by that is on a horizontal surface, you've got points every metre. Okay, the height of that point is between 5 and 15 centimetre RMCE accurate. So we're very, very happy with these points on Syon House. We've done a lot of work using total stations, getting points on buildings. Having 10,000 points beats having 10 points on a building.
Well, you see, you've referred a number of times to this 10,000 points idea, but again, just look, would you please, at the image, which is the one against which you're asking the Secretary of State and the Inspector to judge the accuracy of the AVR work, because you've got the in black behind, ominously in black behind the scheme. Let me ask the question, Mr. Spence, first of all. Just have another look at it. I mean, can you see, for instance, that the working from the left, the third upward protrusion from the skyline of Syon House is not only nowhere near as high as the top of the turret and the lion feature, but is also off to one side. Can you see? It's just not accurately mapped on Syon House.
See that?
Yeah. So I mean, it illustrates, doesn't it, that one cannot simply, at face value, take a mapped on LiDAR image like this as indicating what one would or wouldn't see.
No, I disagree. If you look at the crenellated top of the walls of the Syon House, you'll see a very, very clear line in the LiDAR, which perfectly aligns with the top of the wall in the in Syon House.
I'm not sure one can. I'm afraid, Mr. Spence, I don't accept that at all. I can see the crenellations very clearly because they're light, and above it, I can see next to the lion statue a line of brown, which is the LiDAR projecting above it. So it doesn't map directly on, does it, to the crenellations? Simply untrue.
No, the crenellations are just at the top of the walls on the outside of the building.
I do understand what they are. That's the point I'm putting to you. There is a brown line from the LiDAR, isn't there, which projects above the crenellation.
Well, that's where the lion statue is. It goes a bit higher at that point. But this is really, this is really useful data for this kind of work. I don't know.
That's what I'm asking about, Mr. Spence. Let me ask you another question about this to try and help the inspector, if I can.
Yeah.
Just take the right-hand end as we're looking at it of Syon House. In the photograph behind, even though it's heavily obscured by what you've put onto it, you can see the right-hand turret. Okay. Yes. Now, the LiDAR image doesn't map onto it correctly horizontally at all, does it? The LiDAR image is much narrower.
No, but the thing about LiDAR data, as I said, because it's on a 1 meter grid, it will miss an area where it's not very good on vertical faces. I accept that. So that's one of the limitations of it. So we're showing the kind of the effect that it creates. And vertical surfaces is rubbish. It's not very good at. But there's a lot more data in this than AVR London could possibly have captured on Syon House. I would like to see what they actually captured and where it relates to the LiDAR data. But in my experience of doing this kind of work, this LiDAR DSM data, it works. And rather than having to use the total station, we can use the LiDAR data. It works. Total stations are useful where we don't have this.
Okay, I've asked you about the vertical faces, vertical surfaces, and the mapping onto the building. If you look on the other side of the black image that you've put in of the schemes, you can see how poor this LiDAR image is at mapping onto the tree. Do you see the tree that sticks up?
Yes,
that's in the photograph. The LiDAR image is much below that, isn't it?
Yeah. It is rubbish for trees, and
rubbish for trees as well as vertical surfaces, right?
Yeah, but the vertical surface is only because it's on a series of points on a grid, and that's it. You know, you wouldn't use it for trees. It's got to be used for buildings.
But it's rubbish for vertical surfaces, isn't it? As you just said.
Well, it's not.
Which are part of buildings, aren't they?
Yeah, but the top, the roofs, you know, the structure of it, you can make it out. It's very easy to use this data. And as I said, when in the old days, when I would be using a total station for this kind of work, I might get 4 points on a building like this, and they just doesn't compare with you know, with the LiDAR data. It's just there's a lot more data, and it's very, very accurate.
All right, well, I've been asking you about that and testing that. I want to move on then, please. I've asked you about the image in the rebuttal, which is your one from nearby, but not the same image already. I just want to ask, I mean, here it's black. The schemes are in black. For emphasis, I mean, I'm not criticising you. They're there for emphasis. You wouldn't use blocked-in colours like this, would you? In a normal visual appraisal of a scheme. Yeah,
they're actually blue. You know, the Homebase is the dark blue, and the Osterley is a lighter blue. It's just the colour that we use for this kind of work. We're not working for the applicants. We're just trying to understand the scale and where it sits in the view. So the colour, it could be.
I understand that. I've moved on to a slightly different point. Forgive me. The question I asked was, in a visual appraisal, you wouldn't normally use blocked-in shapes like this, would you?
Well, you
at
could
either AVR 1, 2, or 3.
Well, you could do for AVR 2. That's you know, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
It could.
But I mean, they're actively misleading, aren't they? If you fill in with red or black.
All the purpose of N7 is just showing how we build up the picture, and we're providing the reader to understand how we then move on to figure N8.
Understood.
How we get that? Yes. Yeah.
I understand that's what this black, and you don't use black elsewhere. You use red, don't you?
Well, no, you always use blue. If you go through our technical methodology, we always use blue for these two buildings. So in our technical methodology, where we show each of the sequences, we use the blue. We use the dark blue for Homebase and the light blue for the Tesco Osterley.
When you say sorry, Mr. Spence, I didn't mean to interrupt you. When you say these sequences, what do you mean?
Right. Well, if you want to go back to my appendix A1.
Yes.
Okay. If you want to go down to right, we'll start with if you go to page 9.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll see the developments as a blue. Can you see that?
Are we in appendix A1?
Appendix A1, yes.
Right.
Go to page 9.
Yes.
And then go to page 10. And that's the AVR 1.
Yes.
Then go to page 14.
Yeah.
And then compare 14 with 15.
Yeah, so I see that kind of sequence. I'm with you. I think we're slightly at cross purposes, Mr. Spence. Sorry. I mean, my point is a much simpler one than that, which is, I mean, if you take your, what do you actually call it? Let me get the name right. The substantive work, if you like, that you've produced on these visualizations, which is your appendix A2.
Yeah.
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 If we look at, we won't be able to find the exact one now, but if we look at the similar one, which is Viewpoint 8, say, from Osterley Park, AVR 1.
Just hold on. What document am I in now?
I'm so sorry. You're in A2, which is the ID 114.14. This is Mr. Spence's appendix, main evidence appendix A2.
Had it earlier, now I can't find it. then A1. Sorry, staring me in the face.
It's the big document.
We're on page 9, I think, ma'am. In the PDF, I think it's page 9 on the document as well. Can't quite see.
No, don't have.
So it's Viewpoint 8, Osterley Park, AVR 1. It says at the bottom right-hand corner. Yeah. Now you don't go on to do AVR 3s, do you? I'm not criticising you, but as a matter of fact, you don't do those, do you, in your work, Mr. Spence?
Oh, we've done a lot of them. Yes, actually, we do.
No. Sorry, here in this case, you're not modelling,
no,
are you? No,
no.
it's not your scheme. And you've said what you've said already earlier in the inquiry about how AVR 3s look.
Yes.
But here we've got, haven't we, as part of the evidence, your version of this view with the schemes blocked in red.
Yeah.
Now that and you know what's coming, Mr. Spence, as the inspector at the curve said, is potentially misleading, isn't it, in terms of the visual impact of the schemes?
It is, I suppose, representative of a blocked-in, a built development rather than just being a line.
Well, you say that, but the lack of detailed rendering.
Oh yeah,
meaning that any important attributes of its design, as well as other devices intended to reduce the apparent scale of the building, are missing. Yeah. This makes the building, I'm reading from the inspector's reasons in the curve.
Yes.
Makes the building appear in images as a solid, unadorned mass, which in my view tends to exaggerate its likely impact. I mean, that's true of these red ones, isn't it, as well?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. And are you still in A2? Have you still got A2 there?
Yes.
It could just go down, would you, to Viewpoint 10, which is on page 11, I think.
Yeah.
And this is part of the point that I'm going to come to briefly about lenses and so on in a minute. But here we've got an image, I think, from Trees Estate, and it's called Viewpoint 10, Trees Estate AVR 1. Yeah. And this is one of a number, isn't it, of images where the proposed building extends beyond the frame of the picture.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And again, you'd accept, I take it, that isn't a reliable image as to how the buildings would appear to somebody standing in that position.
No, but in terms of scale and massing, it's a fair reflection.
Well, is it? Because if it's higher, then its proportions are perceived to be different against the sky, aren't they?
No, it is a fair reflection. We could have captured it on a 45mm lens or a 35mm lens and captured the whole of it. But what I wanted to make sure is we had a comparable sequence of images using that 50mm lens. The problem is, as you get closer to the development, the 50mm lens sometimes won't work, and this is an example of this.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm going to come to that in a second, but I'm just staying with the general point that the inspector's seen a number of these images where, for the reasons you've just explained, the image doesn't capture the whole scheme within the frame of the picture upward, the vertical extent of the scheme going upwards. And that may not, or won't, will it, give a realistic representation of what the building would actually look like?
Well, unless it's an AVR3, it won't give a realistic impression.
This isn't an AVR3, is it? No, nor are the others. No. All right. So I just want to come to this question of, again, not in huge detail, some may be relieved to hear, the questions of the lenses. And I listened with interest to what you were saying about why, if you like, why this matters here and in other cases. And one of the things you said, and I think it was the principal thing that you said, is that it's better to take pictures and present in 50mm because particularly middle and longer distance, and that allows you to pick up the details of the scheme in a way that you don't if you're using a wider angle of a 24mm lens or whatever. Yeah, that's
correct, and there's a lot more detail in each of the images.
Yes, absolutely. All right. So a question of picking up detail. So when the inspector's looking at the 50s and the 24s that she's got in front of her, one test as to how much help, if you like, she's getting from the images is how much detail she can see, for instance, in the ones where you see the Gillette Tower.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, the camera you use, am I right, is a Canon 5D Mark III?
Correct.
22 megapixel sensor. Yeah. Think you tell us? Is that right?
Correct, yes.
You know that AVR use a rather more sensitive camera, don't they? The 5DS, 51 megapixels.
Yes,
sensor.
yeah.
So inherently, and I use that word in its correct sense, I think, inherently the images that they take, even at 24mm, are going to be at greater resolution, aren't they, than the images that your camera takes?
I'd like to have a look at the metadata to be able to answer that.
All right. I think having had that discussion, I don't think I need to take a huge amount of time on this, but can I just take you can by all means keep that document open unless you need the screen for this one. In your proof, I think it's proof number 2. Let me just check. No, I think it's proof number 1. Sorry, your proof number 1. Paragraph 4.1. We'll get all the way there and then it will be proof number 2. For proof number 1, 4.1. No, you're as I predicted, it is proof number 2. I do apologize. My note let me down. So yes, the more technical one. Page 2 of proof number 2. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Tell me when you're there. And there you're talking about the Institute advice note that was out when ARC AVR undertook their initial work. And then you go on at section 5 to talk about the 6 of 19, a more recent note. But the more recent work, the 6 of 19 note that you had a hand in, as I think you touched on when you were giving your evidence in chief, does allow, doesn't it, for non-50mm lenses to be used in certain circumstances?
It does, yes.
Yeah. And it gives an example that you yourself gave, I think, a few moments ago when we were looking at that image, Viewpoint 10, which is sometimes 50mm won't work, as you say in your proof, particularly when you're relatively close to tall structures, proposed structures.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The other thing that the inspector will appreciate, obviously, is that if you use the kind of lens that AVR London uses, you get a wider view, don't you? You get a wider view than the 50mm.
Yes.
And do you agree that one of the things the inspector just needs to grapple with slightly when looking at this issue is whether in the longer views, for instance, the one across the river that we were looking at a few moments ago from the Thames path, it gives a greater or a lesser sense, a better or a worse sense of what you would actually see if you're standing there. Yeah.
Well, yeah. But even with the old advice note 0111, what we do as landscape architects, we produce a cylindrical 90-degree view to show the setting of Sign House. So we've been doing that for a very, very long time. We wouldn't be using a 24mm lens for that.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what you say that you do, as you know, in London, not just in relation to being up close to tall buildings, but in cases involving Kew Gardens and the river and so on. AVR London and Miller Hare, other firms like that have been using a different approach, haven't they, for for
Well,
some
no,
years.
if you look at the London Views Management Framework, a lot of the views in that are with a 50mm lens.
No, that wasn't the point I was putting to you, Mr. Spence. I was
No,
putting the...
Miller Hair use both 50mm and 24mm.
They do, and AVR have used a couple of 50mm shots here as well. The point I'm putting to you is, you said this is what we do, and I'm putting to you that, as you've acknowledged, highly respected specialist firms working in this area in London use a variety of lenses, including 24, don't they?
Well, they do, and they use them for a reason, and they use them for the verticality. It's not the horizontal view that they use these lenses for.
Well, you say that. It's obvious that you need to use them, as that image we looked at a few minutes ago shows, when you're dealing with taller buildings. But you also can use them, can't you? As you said in your evidence in chief, I took a note of it. We go wider for wider points of view. No,
not for wide, for vertical. It's with
That's not what you said in your evidence in chief, Mr. Spence. I wrote it down very carefully. You said when you were talking about planar views, etc., you said there are cases where we, and that means you and your work, as I understand it, go wider in terms of the viewpoint for wider points of view.
Yes, and we do that with a 50mm lens, and I gave the example of Appendix M. Can I just explain? There's one point of perspective in every image, and that point of perspective is right in the middle of the image. With a 24mm lens, the planar image is 84 degrees wide. When you move your eye around the image to the left and to the right, you've actually got a different perspective. Okay.
Yes, so, I understand that, Mr. Spence. I do understand that.
It's really important as to why we use the 50mm and not the 24mm lens.
I understand that, but do you remember? I'll just put one final point to you on this, because I'm sure the inspector's got it. But do you remember you were talking in your evidence in chief about the view that you were criticising, I think, in terms of cumulative assessment, yes, looking towards from next to Tesco, looking down towards the Homebase scheme. Remember?
Yeah.
And you said, oh, so it's another of these 24mm views. And then you said, as you looked at it quite rightly, of course, if you were to do this with a 50mm, you would get less of the surroundings, wouldn't you? It would be a narrower, more tightly focused view.
Correct.
Right. So if you're thinking about views like the expansive ones across the river from the Thames Path towards Sion, it's not unreasonable, is it, to seek to give an impression of what the scheme would look like by using a wider field of view?
Well, as we've always done that, and what we do, and I do this for all my projects, I use 50mm lens, and we produce very similar view to Viewpoint M or Appendix M with that 50mm lens. We don't use the 24mm lens.
I understand that's your practice. When you say we, I think you're referring to your practice. And you're not speaking on behalf of all the people who do visualizations.
Guidance. I'm talking about the guidance. Now, we only use the 24mm, and there's actually a 17mm. And we use that in very urban situations where we're looking up at buildings. So that example of Viewpoint 1 or Viewpoint A from Sign Station, there's no lens on this planet, apart from maybe a 360-degree lens, that could actually capture the verticality of the proposed home-based development.
Yes. I just wanted to come back to the point that I was putting to you, though. We'd agreed that from what you said in your evidence in chief, that you, in other words, you in your practice, sometimes go wider for wider points. And you said, yes, well, I do that with my stitching together 50mm images and so on. I understand that. But the question that I asked you, which you didn't answer, was given the purpose that you would be achieving by stitching together 50mm images, is to make sure there's a realistic representative effect of a broad view. The point that I was putting to you, it's not unreasonable, is it, to do it by another means, as AVR have done here?
Well, as I said, there's an issue with perspective with the AVR London approach.
All right, so what's the answer to my question? I think it's unreasonable, or do you accept that it's within a reasonable range of professional approaches to the...
I think the 24mm lens is appropriate for vertical issues, not horizontal.
All right. TN 6 of 19 though doesn't say on its face, does it, that it's a complete manual of how to do all of the relevant?
Well, no, but I, this is the kind of thing that we cover in my workshops.
I know it is, and I've got a very strong sense of that, and Mr. Spence, I'm sure the Inspector has as well. But the document that you're referring to, rightly, obviously, and unsurprisingly says, and it's at 1.2.4, if you want to check it, you probably know it by heart, says that it's not a complete manual, doesn't it, of how to carry out these exercises? Absolutely. The 50mm lens, it can't do everything, and we do be situations where the 24mm tilt shift is the only lens that will work. Yes, just on that point, you made the point, I think, in answer to one of Ms. Stryack's questions about the scoping and what Mr. Baker, I think it was at the time, had said about not using tilt shift lenses. Yeah. Remember that? Yes. Now, you appreciate, don't you, that other than in one case, very close up, there's 24mm, obviously, but there's no tilt shift, is there, used by AVR in their methodology in the images that we've got in front of them? Well, I don't know. I think the problem is because AVR London didn't present the whole image, and what I mean by the whole image is the whole 84 degrees of the image. What AVR London did was to crop each of their images down. Mm-hmm. It meant that I've got no way of technically checking precisely what portion of the photograph they actually used. So you don't know whether they used tilt shift or not? Well, they did use tilt shift because that's what they said in their methodology. Yes, except they didn't use tilt shift, as a matter of fact, in all of the images that we've got in front of the inquiry, apart from one. I don't know that. I've raised questions about their supposedly 50mm lens images, and that's why I said, well, it'd be nice to see the metadata, then we can check this. So I've just got concerns about their method of doing this. Okay, well, I'm going to come back in a moment, Mr. Spence, to what you said earlier when the inspector interrupted, I think, about the discussions that you had or didn't have with AVR, very briefly in a minute. But I just want to keep things neat and just finish off on this point about the lenses. Do you have a copy of the scoping opinion there? We can look at the Homebase one because the point's in there, I think, as well. Yeah, not that I can see, but could you? Do you have access to it on the website? It's core document 1.12, page 5 of the PDF. Tell me when you're there, Mr. Spence. I know it's a long exercise to get there. I have access to all of these. You don't have it? It could be shared. That's better. Okay. To our rescue again, ma'am. So 3.9. So this is the scoping opinion, obviously, the exercise. This is, as you see at the top of the page, Hounslow, the LPA's section in the scoping opinion on townscape and visual. Scoping is generally agreed, subject to a detailed explanation of the methodology used to produce any visual representations of the proposal within the townscape. For longer distance landscape views, it's recommended that the methodology consider the Landscape Institute's ... your 691. Is that right? 19, I think it should say, shouldn't it, rather than 91? Tilt shift lenses. So that's the last sentence is about tilt shift lenses should only be used when standard ruled out by verticality. Now, what happened, obviously, you'll appreciate in the scoping exercise, this comes back slightly to the point about the ES regs, is that all of the views, including those ones that you say didn't help because they didn't show the scheme, all of those were agreed and scoped in, weren't they, by Hounslow into the exercise? I presume so, yeah. Yeah, well, I think we can see that. So I think it had AVR or ARC not dealt with those, is it 11? I can't remember, views that show that you can't see the buildings from there. If they'd been excluded, then I think the scoping would have come back to bite them. But in any event, what then happened was there was this scoping opinion, and the ES, including the AVR London and the ARC work, was produced. And we know, don't we, that Hounslow as LPA was content with the work that was produced, including the methodology and the use of the lenses.
Well, I think it's quite clear there in the scoping that it just says tilt shift lens should only be used when there's a vertical issue. That vertical issue is only for the very close viewpoint. So it's viewpoint, I suppose, A. There's only viewpoint A, I think, from memory, where that would be helpful. But yeah, all the others should have been 50mm. But even viewpoint A, the 24mm tilt shift didn't capture it.
Yeah, when you say didn't capture the entire building.
Didn't capture the site.
Yeah, sure. Didn't capture the whole site. I know exactly. Well, you made that point, and the inspector will no doubt consider whether that matters or not. But the point the question I actually asked was, the local authority issued their scoping opinion. We had agreed viewpoints, and when the work came in, it was assessed, wasn't it, by the council, and they were content, weren't they, with what was produced, including in terms of the methodology and the lenses.
I presume that's not something I know anything about, but it's
well, we can hear from the council in due course if necessary, but that's what we can see from the documents.
Well, I've not seen this one before. All I've seen is like the scoping in a tabular form. There's like a table, and it was very clear that Shane Baker said there would not to use the tilt shift lens.
Well, this is the one for the Homebase scheme, CD 1.12 that we're looking at. This is where he sets out his advice.
Well,
but
I've seen it in this format before. This
no, okay. Well, no, I'm not criticising. I hope I'm not unfairly. The inspector and I between us haven't unfairly taken you to this to this page. But the point that I'm making is a general point, Mr. Spence, and it's that I can see that there's a methodological presentational issue here, and you're very clear about what you think should have been done. But you have to recognise, don't you, that the local authority, who's the competent authority, isn't it, for the purposes of the visualisation and the TVAA, were content, weren't they, with the evidence when it was put in the form that we have it?
Well, I think that's just passing the buck, to be honest. I think as professionals, we have a responsibility to actually play by the rules and actually follow guidance. Local authorities, they're under a lot of pressure for all sorts of reasons. They're not specialists. They don't know. They don't have the level of knowledge of photography, visualization work that something like AVR London do or I have. They look to the specialist to make sure they get it right. So it's great that Shane Baker said, follow the guidance, only use tilt shift in certain circumstances. The fact of the matter is AVR London didn't. They just did it the same old way. But
Mr. Spence, you just made the point that I was making to you, which is that we had quite a detailed, obviously quite savvy, methodologically savvy scoping opinion from Mr. Baker on behalf of the council. Then the work was put in, it was assessed by the local planning authority, and they were content with it, weren't they? You have to recognise that.
Well, I'll leave that for London Borough of Hounslow. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Well, that's all right. So if factually you don't know whether they accepted it, I suppose I can't take that much further. All right, we're doing okay, man. We're nearly there. I'm sorry it's taking slightly longer than I anticipated. We've just got two more sections really to go. Could we go, please, to your rebuttal proof, Mr. Spence? Where are we? Yes, so this is 119.1, I think, man. ID 119.1, and it's section 4, Mr. Spence, of your rebuttal. Have you got that?
CD, ID, sorry.
It's ID 119.1, I think.
All right, so Appendix N. Yeah.
Yes, it's actually the text of the rebuttal itself.
Yeah.
On section 4, page 2, it is, and you say there it's under the heading further technical comments, so you can see where we are in the cross-examination. You identify there something that we touched on earlier about second bullet point. Apart from AG, the resultant AVR London 3D modelling is reasonably accurate. That's the point that we touched on earlier. But then if you go over the page, please, 4.2, you say, however, and then there are a number of points. And I'm not going to ask you about the lens points again. The point about colours, again, the inspector will just have to form a view, won't she, about whether she finds the colouring of the different blocks of the Homebase and Tesco scheme helpful or a distraction or unhelpful. Yeah, I mean, you didn't actually say, I think rightly, that doing it that way is a breach of the famous technical note. Doesn't say anything about colours, does it?
It doesn't, no, but it's I've just never seen it like that, done like that before. So it was just.
I was surprised by what you said, to be honest, Mrs. Purse, because I think it was intended by AVR to be helpful, because you can pick out which bits of the schemes can be seen in different views from different locations. I thought that was, didn't you think that was helpful?
Well, I did feel that the view from Oaklands Avenue, it was just lost into the sky. It just wasn't very clear. And I just think a very simple AVR one would have been a much better, much more helpful to anyone to understand it. Having said that, it should be an AVR 3 because it was so close to the building.
All right. Then you make a point about the views from which which AVR were asked to model and from which you couldn't. It was proved to see the building. I don't ask you about that anymore. And then you've got your 15 of the 15 original viewpoints selected, and then you've got those bullet points.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to go through all of these, but the points you make there are the points, aren't they, that we've covered actually already about failing to capture the whole of the Homebase site when you come out of the station. That's the first one, isn't it? And about the extent to which you can see one or both schemes in some of the views.
Yes.
So the touching on the cumulative point.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. The point about distracting features, it's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Because the viewpoints were agreed with Hounslow. So, for instance, the one where you're actually inside the listed building structure in the portico of Scion House, for instance, you said, there's that bit of building in the way. But I mean, that's the whole point. It's a view from the listed building, isn't it?
Well, it is, but I don't know. Just by moving half a metre to the left, you might have actually avoided the stone column. But I don't know. It just seems to be a waste of a third of the photograph.
Okay, but you can see why it was done, I take it, in that way.
Well, as long as I can understand that arising, but having not taken that same photograph, I don't know whether they could have moved just very slightly. And having branches in the view, it's just distracting. When you're talking about distant views, something 2 kilometres away, you want to see the development. You don't want to see some branches.
The one, just on that point, the one that I think is worth just touching on very briefly is the one from outside the Isleworth Ferrygate on the Thames path, which is one of those ones you looked at where you said, well, there's a bush in the way, there's a branch in the way. But again, that was cited there for a very specific purpose.
Yes, I understand that. Yes, I accept that. That's where it's got to be in a specific point, you can't get away from that. So no, I do accept that. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. On the cumulative point, I think the only other point I want to touch on here is on the cumulative work, and indeed in general. A number of times you said, whether it was in cyan or in a mix of colours, that the Tesco scheme should have been modelled in AVR. Not in every view, but from some views. Yeah.
Sorry, just repeat the question again, please.
Yes, you said, as I understand it, in a number of views, the Tesco scheme should have been modelled, should have been rendered and done as an AVR3.
Well, just following through the standard approach to this, and which is what was followed for Homebase, the local viewpoints, the close viewpoints, should have been AVR3s, and I don't understand why they weren't.
Well, I mean, the answer is because Homebase is a full scheme and Tesco is an outline scheme. So we don't have, you see, what the scheme will in fact look like in the end in terms of its details. Oh, you've got a cat with you.
Sorry about that.
No, Mr. Warren, I expect you to die. Go on.
At that point, there is actually, there are some AVR3s from Osterley Park with Tesco quite clearly a very nice rendered building. So the question for me is, well, they built it, they've got the materials in there. Why haven't they done it from Oaklands Avenue?
Yeah, okay, but you see the main point that I'm making. I take your point, but you see the main point I'm making, that it's quite unusual, isn't it, to render a big outline scheme like this.
I understand that, but why were the Osterley views rendered? Why were they not all AVR1s?
Okay, no, it's a fair question, but what's the answer to my question? You can see, can't you, that why one doesn't render. Why it's not a criticism, if you like, of not having done it. Yes,
I can accept that, but it just needs to follow through for the other viewpoints. And with it being an outline scheme, an AVR1 is absolutely fine. It's just that there were some AVR3s for that, for that scheme.
Okay, I've got 4 things to go. If you're happy, just to carry on to push you to the end of it. The first is I am assuming that you don't have any criticism of the moving images, the film that AVR produced.
I've not really seen that film, I must admit. That's not something
You've not seen it? Oh.
Not seen it.
Right, I see. Okay. The second point is that in core document 1051, the AVR composite bundle, there are a number of real scale views for the site visit, or potentially, if the inspector finds it helpful, for the site visit.
Yes.
And again, you didn't detect you criticising those per se in what you said?
I don't criticise them. It's just a shame they didn't form part of the original planning application, because they're on the face of it the right size.
Right. Thank you. And then I think penultimately, can we just go back to your figures K6 and K7, which are the sun shadowing ones?
Yes.
So that's 1.14.25 for those looking in the core document. And I think they're on, pages 7 and 8 of that, 6 and 7, I think internal, 7 and 8 of the PDF. And you say in your proof, we've attempted to undertake some shadow analysis. Now, you said, because we didn't see any shadow analysis in the work, but again, I think it's just a question of, and again, I'm not criticising you, not having been shown it or not having seen it. I mean, there is an analysis in the sunlight daylight section of the environmental statement.
I did see something for Homebase, but it wasn't showing the full extent of the shadow. So that's why we did it for Home. I didn't see anything at all for Tesco Osterley.
I see. So so core document 1.11.1 for your note. So that's the ES section, and it's on pages 38 and following of that, where one sees the sun on the ground and the shadowing work carried out. But anyway, what you've done here, can we just understand it? If one looks at the key, so I'm looking at the foot of figure K6. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Where what you have done, am I right, is to in this one bare ground, is that right?
It's bare ground LiDAR, yes.
Yeah. So it doesn't, for instance, take into account it's not the net additional shading, is it? Because
no, it's assuming it's just like a sort of a bare earth situation. Yeah.
But if you're interested in what this building might, or this building here that we're looking at, Homebase, might do to your residential amenity, and you live on the other side of Scion Lane, and there's that red fingers extending over you, it's a bit alarming, isn't it? But that doesn't reflect the shading in that direction that the buildings themselves, the houses themselves, will cause.
Well, it does. Yeah, it shows the shading first thing in the morning on the 21st of June.
I'm sorry, it was my fault for not asking a clear enough question. It doesn't show, does it? As we said, it's not the net position. It doesn't show the shading that the houses that exist in that area themselves already cast.
Oh no, it doesn't. No.
Okay. All right, and it's not. Again, I'm not criticising you, but it's not purporting to be a BRE sun on the ground 50% on the 21st of March exercise, is it? It's not one of those sun on the ground exercises.
It's basically following exactly the same principles of BRE. You know, we could be more comprehensive than this. It's just the reason why we condensed it is because we couldn't find enough detail in the original environmental statement. So it's just to show that there is going to be an overshadowing issue.
Well, you say there's an overshadowing issue, by which I think is that a euphemism for harm? Or
potentially, yes.
Potential harm. Well, okay. Well,
yes.
The inspector needs to bear in mind, obviously, bare earth, not the net position, buildings themselves, shading not being taken into account, and also not relying on or referring to the guidance that the BRE itself gives.
It is based on exactly the BRE standards. So this is following the same as what the clients, consultants will have been producing. You know, BRE specify the same times of the year, the 4 points, the equinox, the solstices, and we just basically modelled what effect that's going to be. We do this regularly for wind farms because of the effect of shadow flicker. It's no different. You know,
it is different. I'm sorry, Mr. Spence, it is different because what you've done here is looked at, as I read it, if you read the layout calculation information at the bottom, you've looked at it over a 24-hour period, and you haven't reflected the BRE guidance about whether 50% of any gardens would have at least 2 hours of sunlight on the ground a day on the 23rd of March, have you?
I'm not trying to do any assessment work of this. I just want to make it very clear that there is going to be shadow being cast by these two tall buildings in these areas. And I was struggling to find a thorough assessment for either projects of these effects.
Yeah, but when you said an issue, whether there was an issue, you haven't done any assessment work. You're not purporting that this shows an accordance or a breach of any standard in the BRE, are you?
I will leave it to somebody else who is a shadowing expert to analyse these results, look at what's included in the environmental statements and come to their own conclusions.
Okay.
The reason why we produced this was because we didn't feel it was thoroughly covered in the environmental statements.
I understand that. The final point, though, it doesn't obviously purport to look at internal daylight effects on VSC or ADF.
Nothing like that. I do know that was done very comprehensively in the reports, and
sure.
But
finally on this, you're appearing principally, I think, or solely on behalf of the Residents Association, aren't you?
I've been working with both the Residents Association, Historic England, and Royal Botanic Gardens at Kew.
So who are you formally instructed by?
I'm instructed by Algra.
Okay, well, you've been liaising, have you, with the others?
I've been liaising directly with the others, yeah.
Right, okay. But final question on this. I mean, look at those images. Bearing in mind you're instructed on behalf of the Residents Association, and these images don't actually tell you whether there would be accordance or breach in any respect, internal or external, with the BRE guidance. They have the serious potential to mislead and alarm local residents, don't they, about the extent of harmful overshadowing?
Well, I think what you'll find, if you look in the Homebase environmental statements, you'll find some very similar figures to these, because there was something in there, but it didn't show the full extent of the overshadowing. So what we've done is to follow exactly the same process, using the BRE recommendations to produce these visualizations, which show the area of overshadowing.
Right. So I won't ask the question again. I might put the point. Last question is just to pick up with you a peripheral point, I think it's probably fair to say, and that's some comments that you made, some rather disobliging comments you made about AVR London and how they didn't correspond with you or respond to your requests for information. Now, I believe that you asked AVR London for their model. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
And they didn't give it to you?
No.
No. There wasn't there, an attempt to agree a statement of common ground? Are you aware of this with your clients?
That's what we were hoping to.
Yeah.
I was hoping to just basically sort of say, yes, all the modelling seems to be in accordance with what we're expecting, and then we could look at some of the other issues. So we can agree that the model is what we're both sort of working with. So yeah, it's important with something like this that we try and open up the doors of communication. We try and get some sort of elements agreed before the public inquiry, so we're not arguing about sort of things that could be sorted out beforehand.
Sure, but why in that case did your clients refuse to enter into the statement of common ground?
Well, that's not for me to answer. I don't know sort of what Algra, what communications Algra have sort of agreed to, haven't agreed to. So that's something for Algra to answer.
I see. All right, ma'am, I'm very grateful, including for your invaluable assistance at times. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So for the council then.
Madam, hello, and the position is, as I suggested before, that is no questions. Thank you, Mr. Spence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How long, Ms. Streck, how long do you expect to be in re-examination?
I think I would just like to make a few comments at the end, so probably about 5 minutes.
Okay, in which case I don't have any further questions. So we'll press on with that before we then take a break, and then we can let Mr. Spence go. Right, all right, thank you very much. Yes, so I think to summarise, I think it's disappointing that St Edward Homes refused to allow both ARC and AVR London the opportunity to... Okay, Mr. Streck, this is an opportunity for you to re-examine Mr. Spence on his evidence in light of any of his answers that he gave to Mr. Warren. I think I would just summarise the answers that he's given. That's not the point of re-examination. It's to clarify any points that maybe didn't come across clearly, or that there was something particular you wanted to take Mr. Spence to in re-examination. Right. No, I think I feel that he answered all the questions clearly on the basis of his experience. Okay. And from a very objective point of view. So you're happy to rely on his answers? That's absolutely fine. Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Spence. So that takes us on then to the evidence of Mr. Forbes Laird.
Yes.
So that we've still got we still need a mid-afternoon break to take. Is that still about an hour?
I think less. I'm hopeful that we'll be between half an hour and 40 minutes, something like that.
Okay. So if we take a break, where are we? 3:10 now. If we take a break till 3:30, and then hopefully we'll finish with him then this afternoon.
Yes.
We adjourn then till 3:30. Thank you. So next up we have Mr. Forbes-Laird.
That's right,
Would like
ma'am.
to introduce him, please, Mr. Warren, then.
I certainly will. And ma'am, to go with this evidence in chief, Mr. Forbes-Laird has, not many, a selection of slides of his work, which are on the website. Actually, they're ID 2.22. So we'll screen share, Mr. Forbes-Laird. You've got the capability, I think, to do that as you go through.
Did you, forgive me, did you want me to screen share, Council? I certainly can do.
Yes, I think that would be easier. That would be easier. Unfortunately, all of my documents are on another machine and a different screen, so it's a bit easier.
Fine. Forgive me 1 moment, and
Okay?
I will tee that. No, that's absolutely fine. I will just tee that up now.
But that's all we'll need, ma'am, in terms of documents. Mr. Forbes-Laird's proof and the slides that he will show us.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're ready, Mr. Forbes-Laird, and we'll.
Yeah, just opening the document now. Okay, the share is being attempted. Let me know if you see a PowerPoint presentation.
Looking promising.
There we are. Okay.
Super.
All
Great.
Right, splendid.
Many thanks. Let me introduce. Thank you, Mr. Forbes-Laird. I'm sorry not to tee you up properly before.
That's fine.
Your name is Julian Forbes-Laird. Is that right?
Yes.
And you tell us in your proof, Director and Principal Consultants of Forbes-Laird Agricultural Consultancy. And you tell us at 1.1.2 of your proof that you're a member of the Institute of Chartered Foresters, a Chartered Arboriculturalist, a member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, and a professional member of a number of other institutions and societies. And I note in particular, you tell us about your work as technical editor for the BS in relation to trees, and the fact that you chair, is this still the case, the British Standards Institution Technical Committee on Trees. Is that correct?
That's right, yes. I was appointed to that role in December of last year.
Right. Many thanks. What I'm going to do is just ask you to plough ahead with your slides. I'll try not to interrupt, but if I do, it'll just be a point of a reference or something of that kind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. Ma'am, good afternoon. I'd like to start by putting a brief amount of context before you as to what I'm doing here, insofar as there is no reason for refusal on trees because we're called in. There is no lead objection on trees coming from third-party evidence before you. However, I am responding to a number of comments made by 3 different consultees to the application prior to the call-in, specifically the Gardens Trust, the statutory consultee, as you know, ma'am, the Kew trustees for the Royal Botanic Gardens of Kew, and Dr. Sarah Rutherford, who acts in something of an umbrella role between and within those organisations. And they have set out a number of reasons why trees are not to be relied on as components of the screen or filter to views of the proposed developments from either the World Heritage Site or from the Registered Park and Garden at Sion. These trees are somewhere between ill-fated, on their last legs, and astonishingly accident-prone, with storms, drought, climate change, longevity, removal, geotechnical instability, disease and condition, all conspiring to deforest the landscape, according to these comments. So I've been asked to undertake an assessment of the trees by clients who had no arboricultural expertise and had no idea what I would find before I found it. So in other words, I was asked simply to test the validity and veracity of these assessments made by objectors to see whether or not they held water. Accordingly, ma'am, my proof of evidence sets out at section 2 a summary of the comments to which I am responding, which I then go through in detail in section 6, having first addressed the central question is of how long have the trees got. So I'm going to introduce some slides now, talk you through some of the technical material, and then drop back into my proof, if this is okay, just to outline the various components thereof. So with your leave, ma'am, and do please stop me or ask me to go back if anything is unclear. Thank you so much. So this is an extract from my appendix JFL6. It shows the location of the trees that we have assessed in the census that is appended across JFL3 and JFL4. The red spots on the plan are newly planted trees of less than 20 years old. And then trees which are older than that, we have assessed and set out again in the census at JFL4. And you can see that we have come up with a series of reference numbers from 1 to 56 for the individual trees, and then a series of tree groups which are suffixed TG, and then finally a woodland group, WG1, which is just to the north and slightly east of Syon House. Each of those numbered references cross-refers into the census data at JFL4, which gives the various attributes of the trees, to which I'll return in due course. We have drawn approximate crown outlines in red, as you can see there, around each of the trees that we have assessed, just to help identify them. They're not meant to be the precise representations of their crowns. They're just taken from the georectified aerial photograph that forms our plan base. The white letter V relates to veteran trees, of which there are a number in Syon Park. As you can see, they are well dispersed about the park. There are 7 of them there. All the trees we have assessed in detail are at Syon, and the views we've examined, which I'm about to come to shortly, are from, in 3 cases, from the Kew River Bank and World Heritage Site, and in 4 cases from within Syon Park. So, bearing in mind those the trees and the distribution of that vegetation, I'm now going to take you, ma'am, into the views which we have tested, and these are found at Appendix JFL 8. And what these comprise is a series of views from the AVR material, captioned bottom left with the view letter, in this case view S. Bottom right is a key plan to show you, or remind you, I should say, where letter S Viewpoint is. And you can see there it's within Syon Park, looking across the lake. And I've also, as an aide-memoire, as much as anything for myself, dropped a copy of the table where I set out the longevity of each of the trees concerned, which is an extract from JFL 13. And we can look at that in due course. So each of the AVR views we have captioned to show individual trees and tree groups, as the case may be. Where intruding into the visual field there is an obvious newly planted tree, we've identified that. So they appear relatively large because that one is quite close to the estate railing fence next to the drive at Syon. And then each tree has 3 separate pieces of data to it, in yellow captions in this case. The top line is the tree identification number, then there is its existing height, and then there is the longevity category in which it sits, and I'll return to that shortly. Where there are groups of trees, or indeed the woodland present, we've put a green spline form just to approximately indicate what we're referring to. So in the case of tree group 2, which is the Lime Avenue, you can see there the spline form covers a particular block of vegetation. We then pick out within that or beyond it individual trees 53 and 54. So that's what you were looking at, and if you were able to pan out from that and go vertically above the site, you then end up with the tree location plan showing where those pieces of vegetation are. The next slide is also within Syon Park, view R, taken very close to the Lime Avenue of TG2, and a number of individual trees picked out, and also on the right-hand side, tree group 17. And these, to some extent, are fairly repetitive, but I'll just blitz through them quickly because I'm sure you have the measure of the information now. This is a third view inside Scion Park, more complicated, quite a broad view with many trees visible in the visual field, and we've picked out some new plantings there, as you can see. Tree 45 on the right hand side is in the foreground, which is where you can just see a few branches sticking out into the view of the camera there. Final image from within Scion Park, showing one of the pepperpot lodges. You've got the Lime Avenue again to the left, and various other individual trees picked out. And as you can see in this view, all of the trees have got at least 40 years lifespan remaining, and I'll come to what that means in a moment, apart from tree 25, which we assess as being 20 plus years. Moving now to the three views taken from the Q side. This, of course, is view Y by the benches, and it takes in a number of trees you can see there. So one point of clarification, the poplars and willow in the foreground here are slightly outside our survey scoping area, but this woodland here is the one that sits to the north and east of Scion House, but it sits in the background. So what you're looking at here is a sort of mangrove in the foreground, is a sort of mangrove of willow. Prominent in this image are the fine swamp cypresses of tree group 6. And in this regard, although we are in notionally bare branch condition, if you have a look at those trees, you'll see they provide a very dense winter screen because they keep their needles in winter, and they're pushed off in the spring. So they're if you like, an evergreen deciduous, or a deciduous evergreen, if you take my meaning. Moving further on, another view here, AF. Again, some very prominent trees in the foreground. To the left are the very large poplar trees of tree group 4, and then tree group 8 and 9 to the background, to the right of Scion House, and the woodland off to the right hand side. The foreground swamp cypress, again, you can see very prominently. We have just one more view from the Q side. Here it is, as you can see from the towpath. You've got the mud of the tidal flats in the foreground, the prominent poplar trees dispersed along tree group 4, and then you can see Scion House itself in the middle of the view with the trees to the right. And notably, ma'am, you'll see those trees looking dark green to the right and indeed to the left of tree group 3 in Scion House. This is because they're evergreen. So where Mr. Spence said in his figure K4 that he removed all the trees digitally from his image to show the winter view, in fact, the winter view should include that many trees, because they're actually evergreen and present all year round as a screen. Next slide I'm going to talk to is an extract from the Ordnance Survey's 6-inch to a mile map of 1864. 1864 is the survey date of the map. I think it was possibly published a couple of years later, but the survey information is when it was captured, and that's what we find of interest. And you'll recall, ma'am, that I said that we have 56 individual trees within our survey. 39 of them were present, or at least had trees present at this time in those locations within Scion Park. And I'll come back to the significance of that at the moment. But these 6-inch maps are very detailed, and they show to really quite a good degree of accuracy the positions of trees present at the time. And once again, I'll return to that shortly. So I'm going to dive back to my proof now, and then just walk you through the process that we've undertaken through which that material is derived. So I'm going to start at section 3 of my proof, which you'll find on page 10 of that document, which briefly summarizes the findings of the tree census, the detailed information of which is my appendix JFL4. Set out at 3.1 the 7 views that I've tested, which are the ones we have just looked at a moment ago, and at 3.2 the methodology, which I shan't dwell on in any detail. But to summarize the findings, we encountered a total of 56 individual trees and about 530 trees growing in 23 groups. There's also an area of woodland of just under 3.3 hectares. So that is the scope of the survey shown and delimited on the tree location plan that we started looking at first. One of the things that we have...
Do you intend to still be screen sharing?
I can probably come off screen sharing now, actually. Thank you. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, I'm obliged. There we are. One of the questions that we have considered, which has not been, appears to have been considered by any of the objectors, is of course that trees are growing organisms, and they will actually get larger over time. When they're mature, they get larger very slowly, but they don't stay in stasis until they become senescent, and then they start getting smaller again. But at 3.4, I set out the 9 separate factors that we have considered when deriving tree height increase projections over time. And those are included in the census data at JFL4 on a tree-by-tree basis. However, in my table 1 on page 12, I summarise that information. And we found that 2% of the trees would either not gain height or be subject to a height reduction because they're going to be pruned in the near term for health and safety reasons. A further 6% had a minimal change in height, but 92% would either gain height to a moderate or to a significant extent. And I haven't specified exactly what I mean by those terms because height change per species varies greatly. So an extra meter on a Japanese maple could be a lot, but it wouldn't be very much on an oak tree. So these are professional judgments, but on a tree by tree basis, I set out in meters the height we think these trees will put on by year 20 and year 40. And I make this point to you, ma'am, simply because whatever screening component you find the trees have today, in the not awfully distant future, they will have more of it, is the point on that. So the meat of my instruction is to try and identify how many years the trees have left. And in order to do that, we need to know, as far as we can, roughly how old they are now, because species performance is relatively well understood. So in order to find out how old they are now, we have undertaken an assessment of tree planting layers based on a number of parameters, one of which is what do the Ordnance Survey maps and the aerial photographs that are available at Syon Park tell us about when trees, individual trees or tree groups first arrived on the site. And that was the map I took you to, ma'am, the 1864 Ordnance Survey map, showing a number of trees present at that time, which are still present today. The aerial images also show trees being added over time, and indeed trees being lost over time. But in terms of the trees that are there today, we're able to reconstruct the planting layers quite well based on that information, and also based on the information at table 2, which is a list of exotic species planted at Syon House, where there is a known introduction date, when it's known who and when they were first brought into the British Isles and planted. So just to give you an example, tree 37 is a red horse chestnut, and this species was first planted in the British Isles as 1818. So that tree cannot be any bit older than 204 years old, because it just wasn't here before then. Doesn't mean to say that tree is 204 years old, but that is a ceiling age for that tree. And we can use that to whittle down a little bit further some of the tree ages. Additionally, we have trees in 3 species, native trees or naturalized trees, which are datable from the size of their stems, based on a method promoted by the Forestry Commission. And I set that out in table 3. And what we find there, quite interestingly, is 5 of the 10 oldest trees on the site date from the latter half of the 17th century and provide a quite profound earliest planting layer of the trees on site. So trees around 380, 360, 350 years old. We summarize overall the findings of the planting layers at table 4 on page 17 of my proof. And we've been able to identify a total of 5 separate phases of planting. And from this information, it's apparent that 65% of the trees present within our census are less than 200 years old, and 30% are less than 130 years old. In other words, not a great age for many of these trees, indeed. When you undertake your site visit, ma'am, I'd suggest you to have a look at the swamp cypress just to the north of the lake, which is the largest example of its kind in the British Isles, and therefore is quite a nice thing to see. It's probably planted by Capability Brown, given its size and likely introduction date. So having cantered through that process to try and identify how old the trees are and what condition they're in, we then get to section 5 of my proof, where I set out the remaining longevity. And at section 5.2, I set out the meaning of the 4 year bands we use in our census. And in particular, more than 40 years doesn't mean 41 years or 42 years. It means that the tree is generally healthy and structurally sound, and there's no basis for expecting it not to live out its years at this time, with nothing wrong with it. And as far as we know, at that point, it'll live for as long as the species lives in the British Isles. In this particular case, of course, we have a number of exotics. We don't know how long they're going to live in the British Isles because they haven't been here long enough to tell us that. So what I've done is I have taken their typical life expectancy in their native range and divided it by 2. So in this case of swamp cypress, they're a very long-lived tree, 1,200 years old, and I've put a maximum age on there of 600 years. But that could, of course, be pessimistic to some extent. In terms of assessment of the condition of the trees, I said at a 5.3 the 5 separate factors that we have considered when deciding what condition each tree is in, and they're all based on known arboricultural or related biological parameters. So they're a standard way of doing these things. So that when we assess the condition of tree is poor, it's because we've identified specific defects or the presence of disease, and when we assess it as good, it's because these features are absent. A further factor in the longevity assessment, and really quite an important one I would submit, is the management that the trees are under at the time. And as you know, ma'am, we benefit in this case from the Syon Park Heritage Landscape Management Plan, called document 10.53 for your note, which provides quite a lot of detail, which I set out at 5.4 of my proof, starting at page 20, on the management that is in place for the trees. And it's very, very clear that both with regard to the boundary tree belts, chiefly those comprising tree groups 11 to tree group 13 in our census, and the individual trees, that the management plan is based on either succession planting to make sure the boundary tree belts remain robust, or on individual tree management to prolong the longevity as far as possible of the trees within the park. So in other words, rather than the trees being an afterthought or an incidental consideration for Syon Park management, they're in fact front and centre to their landscape preservation and enhancement strategy. And this is a really important point. And Syon Park has a further benefit because the present head gardener is actually an arboriculturist, and he's been there almost a quarter of a century, describes himself as a lifer, and the park is doing really very well under his care. And we have recent evidence of that, ma'am. Storm Eunice, which is a 1 in 30 year storm, as Dr. Rutherford advised, led to the loss of 25 trees at Kew, but only 1 tree at Syon Park, and which was a tree that we'd identified as being diseased and having a short future life expectancy anyway. So only 1 tree was lost at Syon, but 25 at Kew. And this speaks volumes as to the prudence and care of the management plan at Syon Park, because it is relatively more exposed than Kew, as you will see when you go to that site. Within the Heritage Landscape Management Plan, they discuss tree diseases that they are aware of and noted, and I address the relevance of those to the longevity assessment within my proof, again within section 5.4. And I shan't trouble you by going through all of it, but just to touch on one you've probably seen in the press, or hopefully not encountered, oak processionary moth, but that is something which is under monitoring throughout this area of London. There are a number of nests found in sort of Kew, Richmond area every year, and Syon Park will be somewhere where oak processionary moth could have a foothold, but they'll be looking out for it because it's a major problem if you have visiting public to an area, as you know, because of the allergic reaction it causes. I mention this purely to say that one of the criticisms levelled at the trees as a screen is they're lost to disease. We have factored that into the longevity assessment. It's part of what we have considered. Something which appears not to have come onto the objectors' radar is the fact that the trees at Syon are within the Isleworth Riverside Conservation Area. So statutory control over their removal vests with the local planning authority. So, for example, if Syon Park decided one summer to host a practical demonstration of lumberjacks and fell as many trees as possible in an hour, they wouldn't be allowed to do it. So there is a control over the trees, and any felling proposals would have to go through Hounslow. Now, of course, the trees are under responsible management, so it's not a risk in any event, but it is a layer of protection that vests with the council that is worth, I believe, bearing in mind. So I'm going to turn finally, ma'am, to table 5 on page 24 of my proof. Sorry, forgive me, I muted myself. Where I set out the series of longevity bands that we have used within JFL 13, which is the tree by tree longevity assessment in tabular form, and a summary. And the upshot of that is at 5.6.3 of my proof, where I say that it is apparent that over 90% of the trees present as individuals or groups within the tested views are expected to survive for longer than a century from today. In addition to that, the trees in Woodland Group 1 are also expected to survive for 200 years. Where I provide a longevity assessment for each group, this is at the conservative end of the range. So in other words, the vast majority of trees, the exact figure is 93.7%, if you're a detail meister, ma'am, are expected to survive for a century or more. This directly falsifies the umbrella claim that the trees can't be relied on to provide a durable visual screen. I'm going to turn very briefly to section 6 of my proof, which begins on page 25, where I set out specific comments, specific responses to the comments made by the objectors. I don't need to go through all of these by any means, but the themes that come out of those are the ones that I've sought to address in my evidence, the trees being mature and therefore nearing the end of their lives. This is a common misunderstanding from lay people when considering trees and how long they last and what have you, but actually a good analogy is with people. So an adult human is mature at 18, maybe 20 years old, or about 42 if it's a male of the species, but I'm speaking physically mature, 18 to 42. 18 to 20 odd years old, but that doesn't mean that 18 to 20 year old is nearing the end of their life. They've got hopefully many decades future, and the trees are exactly the same. An English oak, for example, could be considered mature at approximately 70 years old, and it is therefore about 10% through its lifespan at that point. So a mature tree is not necessarily a tree with a limited future. So we're told by the Gardens Trust that trees forming the screen for the lower level adjacent to the river are not a long-term sustainable solution. We've discussed that in my proof. All the trees in the tidal meadow are likely to fall. We find no evidence of that. There's one large poplar has fallen within that area, but I examined that tree and it came down because it was diseased and its roots were rotten. And within the condition assessment, that's precisely the sort of thing that we were looking for. And if we had found, or if we do find disease, we then mark that tree down in longevity terms accordingly. Kew trustees raised the issue of the riverbank possibly being undercut by river currents, causing geotechnical stability to the bankside trees. But if you look at the aerial photographs in my appendix, or indeed in Dr. Mealy's appendix, minor appendix JFL 10 and JFL 11, you can see that the riverbank looks today very much as it has looked since the 1920s. There is also the question raised about losses to storm damage. I've touched on Storm Eunice. There cost only one tree at Syon Park, but it's worth pointing out, somewhat self-evidently, that all of the trees standing today also survived the Great Storm of 1987, a storm the severity of which in this country is unknown back until about 1703 with Queen Anne's storm. So that's a storm with a very, very long return period. And all of our trees now came through that essentially unscathed. And this is because, with the exception of the Great Storm, most of the deciduous trees lose their leaves, of course, in the windiest time of the year. Dr. Rutherford has made a number of comments, and she restated those in her oral submission before you on the first day, ma'am, but she has seen my evidence, and she chose to stand by her comments, which is, of course, a matter for her. But I'm not aware that she is arboriculturally qualified, and I must ask you, therefore, with respect to Dr. Rutherford, to prefer my evidence there. And I don't believe that she's taken into account all of the matters that we have considered, and I'm not aware that she's undertaken a detailed tree-by-tree assessment of Syon Park, as underpins my evidence. I think that's really all the points I wanted to put before you in chief. Councel will guide me to anything else he wishes me to cover, but other than that, I believe I've concluded. Thank you.
You have, Mr. Forbes. I'm grateful, ma'am. That's all in chief. Thank you.
Mr. Linus,
No,
over to you.
sorry, the sun's in my eyes at the moment. I'm trying to get out of the way of it without success. It's really a couple of questions of clarification, really, Mr. Forbes, Laird, based on what you've written. And I just want to understand the position in relation to the foreground poplars and willows that I think you touched upon in your evidence. And it's relating to Appendix 8 in your proof, please, where you've included the relevant views with captions. And there's a view taken from the Kew riverside. It's the version of ABR-Y.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I think you said in chief that the foreground poplars and willow that you mentioned there were outside the survey area. But am I right to understand that those foreground poplars and willow are within the SSSI area that's been identified in the evidence?
Yes, that's right. So when I say they're outside the formal survey, we have surveyed them, we have looked at them, but we just simply didn't give them a reference number. That's the only difference, really. But yes, they are within the SSSI area. Yes.
Thank you very much. And just so we can understand the factual position, as we understand it, there's been tree and scrub management taking place in the past within the SSSI. That's right, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Mr. Stroud says that he's aware of Natural England funding pollarding and tree works in the SSSI in the past. Are you aware of that?
I believe what it has funded is works to the crack willow trees, which provide the sort of the lower story, if you like, up to a height of about 12 meters. It should be understood that the willows and poplars, they achieve very large size very quickly by virtue of a widely spaced cellular structure, which means they're very vulnerable to collapse as they mature and are subject to the vagaries of the weather. Now, crack willow has used this as a as a colonization strategy, so that when it falls over or breaks, it then roots in contact with the grounds and generates a new crack willow. This is why it tends to form a sort of, I use the term mangrove-esque vegetated layer, and has a habit, therefore, of spreading. And of course, the triple SI relates to the tidal grassland. That's probably not the right technical term, but that's my understanding. And the crack willow has the ability to invade that to the point where it would reduce the triple SI quality, and that's why it is targeted for a degree of management. I hope that's covered the point, Mr. Linus.
Thank you very much. So I think in your proof, you referred to how the management plan for Scion includes an action for scrub management. You referred to that at 336 of your proof. Is that right?
That's right. If I may, possibly a slightly better reference for the inspector is at 5.4.3 on page 20. Mr. Linus, I take it that simply because that's where I discuss what it actually means, and therefore we might get a little bit more mileage out of it.
Yes, so as we understand that, you've said the priorities now seem in retaining the established vistas. So the impression appears to be there aren't going to be any more major works to clear new vistas. That's the message that we're getting from the management plan there. Is that right?
Sorry, just to stop you there. You're breaking up a bit. Could you be closer to the microphone, perhaps?
Yes, sorry, ma'am. I was trying to get out of the sun, but I get closer again. Yes. As we understand what the management plan is saying there, Mr. Forsler, perhaps you could help. There isn't an intention to carry out further works to create new vistas according to the management plan, but there's recognition that there's an action point to effectively take in hand scrub management.
Yes, that's right. So it's my reading of that, and I set this out of 5.4.4, that there is a balance to be struck between management for landscape purposes, for example, creation of new vistas or maybe even reopening a closed vista, and management in relation to nature conservation associated with the triple SI. It appears really that a compromise approach is required, and the management strategy now appears to be based on preservation of what there is of the current aesthetic and protecting that from further encroachment of the sort that I described a moment ago, rather than significant tree clearance works to form additional or new vistas. So in Appendix I of the Heritage Landscape Management Plan, I think you're referring us to Action K2, yes, which 5.4.5, I say, comprises clear scrub to and retain established vistas and control further inland encroachment. Yes. So as I explained, yes, sorry, I'll let you carry on.
Sorry, if you need to finish, I mean, I was going to ask you, because when I read 5.4.5 of your proof, you said no proposal for substantial vegetation clearance, and any such clearance that is in hand does not relate anyway to the specimen tree within our census.
Yes.
And at 6.4.3 of your proof as well, again, just to clarify what you're saying, you're referring to Dr. Rutherford's opinion, and you send 6.4.3. You've discussed these matters already, explaining that ongoing tree management work in this part of the state relates to control of willow scrub, which is not providing material screening in any event. So as we understood what you were saying, you were acknowledging that Natural England will have responsibility for continued management of that area, won't they?
Yes, exactly. Under the triple SI, yeah.
Yes. And it's not clear exactly what that's going to evolve in the future in practice, but we can assume the scrub will be the subject of routine management going forward, including some cutback.
Yes, that's right. And to be clear, when you look at the views, I mean, you mentioned it a moment ago, and it may be helpful to go back to that view. The scrub willow is this collapsing. I mean, when you go to the site visit, ma'am, you'll be able to see this. Is that sort of lower level bushy stuff on the foreground? It's not the taller trees in the background, right? Which nobody would describe as scrub. And the problem is from the triple SI point of view is that the scrub is already in amongst the eastern extent of the triple SI grassland, and I believe my discussions with the head gardener at Assign lead me to the view that's what they are more concerned about than anything else. That's my understanding. Right.
So when, just again to pick up this point at 6.4.4 of your proof, when you're referring to Dr. Rutherford again, you say, in other words, the foreground woody vegetation Dr. Rutherford refers to as having no long-term future relates to the scrub willow, not the principal trees. So again, I think we read that as a recognition that the willow, whatever view one takes about its screening properties, you shouldn't be treating that as necessarily having a long-term future in the form that one sees it.
I think that's probably fair. I haven't mapped the extent of the willow relative to the grassland, but certainly if you go back to that view, why you can see that along the riverbank, in the foreground underneath the caption WG1. I wonder if I can just give you the page number in my appendix, ma'am, to make it super easy for you. It's page 28.
Yep, I've got
my appendices, yeah. The grassland, which you can see very clearly in front of Scion House, peters out as you get amongst the poplar and willow, more or less among the directly above the central bench in the photograph. But when you go to site, you'll see that behind those trees, as in further inland, the grassland, the tidal grassland comes back. I believe that is the area of encroachment they're trying to defeat. That's my understanding of it.
Well, okay, well, I mean, I think for present purposes, your clarification's helpful. I'm not going to ask you about the implications of that on screening and so on, because I don't think that's really what I need to ask you about. I can ask others to comment on screen. Just while we've got that image out, I just want to clarify where you've drawn the line around WG1, the green line carrying across WG1 background.
Yes. Yep.
Is that intended to be an entirely sort of accurate depiction where the top of WG1, or is that a sort of rough approximation?
It's a rough approximation. It's kissing the top of the principal trees of WG1, but it's not meant to be precise. It's meant to be a guide to show the, almost, if you like, the horizontal spread as much as the vertical spread.
Thank you. And one can see that view TG5.
Yes.
Which I think that's one of the trees out of all the ones that you've identified in the survey that has had minor breakages or major breakages, sorry, that have occurred to it. So the longevity of that tree is not anywhere near as great as other trees you've identified. Is that fair?
Correct, and that is why the third row of data on that caption of 10 plus relates to not very many years remaining.
Yeah. I think it's 10 years or so maximum.
I think we model it as 15. The age bar is 10 to 20, so we'd pick the median value of 15. Just one thing to note there is that the crown presence of TG5 in the visual field, obviously enough, is fairly modest. And its loss in the nearish term is not going to make a vast difference to the tree cover, but yes, it doesn't have many years left.
And as far as storms are concerned, obviously hear what you've said in your evidence today. I just want to put a couple of references to you so we can understand your position, please. In the management plan, the Scion management plan you referred to, CD 1053. Page 33 of that document.
Page
33, ma'am.
So again,
internal.
It's not a very good connection at all. Page 33.
33, yes.
I'm just calling it up now from the core document. CD 10.
53.
Yeah.
3. So, well, the management plan. I know you're familiar with it.
Yeah, no, I fully am, but I'd for some reason I'm getting something I don't understand there. Okay, well look, I'll take it as read from you, Mr. Linus, because I can't see it on my core documents list, my corporate documents library.
Very well. I mean, under the heading vulnerability on page 32, there's a paragraph 4.8 just for your reference. There is a reference to loss of trade, where it said after the words loss of trade will inevitably be ongoing through aging and possibly in relation to environmental factors, including climate change and pest disease outbreaks. It goes on to say, in fairness to you, there's a need to monitor such change, plan for succession, and maintain the historical pattern of distribution of trees. But in principle, the management plan does accept that there is a risk of some loss of trees, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Mm.
Oh, I believe I just lost Mr. Linus. I'll finish my answer in a moment, ma'am, when he's back.
If you could repeat the question, that would be helpful.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. The reference that I read in the management plan, it accepts, doesn't it, that there will or there could be some loss of trees as part of the vulnerability of the estate.
Absolutely, it does, and the factors that it lists are precisely the factors that I consider in my evidence as part of the identification, so far as, of course, this is possible, of future longevity. Obviously enough, if there was another great storm of 1987, it potentially would have an impact. But given the storm with a 300-odd return period, who knows when we'll next see another one? Probably after you and I have stopped caring about planning matters, Mr. Linus.
Thank you. Just one final point. Again, I can put the reference to you. I don't know if you have access to it, and if you don't, I'll pick this up with someone else if necessary. But the Chiswick curve decision that we've heard about already at the inquiry, it's CD 9.7. Do you have access to that?
I hope so. Is this within the call-in documents or the core documents?
Core documents, please.
Core documents. Okay. CD 9.7. Yeah.
And it's internal page 142.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm there, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
And paragraph 12.130, do you see that?
Yes, yep.
Okay. And this is where inspectors dealing with an issue that arose in that case. It's necessary to address the issue of trees in the kew gardens. Analysis demonstrates many views will be filtered to partly screened by trees, many potential views will be blocked entirely by trees. Obviously, must be appreciated the capacity of trees to filter, partly screen, block views will change with the seasons. Further, trees have a limited lifespan and they can be destroyed or damaged by high winds, amongst other things. And there are many reasons, including disease. They sometimes need to be modified or removed completely. Again, you don't dispute that as a matter of broad principle, do you, Mr. Forbes-Laird?
No, Mr. Linus, you're absolutely right. This is as a generality, is a perfectly fair summary of the things that can curtail the life of trees. I'm not aware of the detail of the evidence put forward in that particular case, but equally, I don't believe that it proceeded with the basis of detailed arboricultural advice and assessment on a tree by tree basis. And do correct me if I'm wrong in that, but I don't believe so. And so we are not here in the same place as they were there, because we have done that work and we have looked at all of these causes for tree loss and factored those into the assessment.
But the conclusion reached by the inspector is that it would be wrong to rely on the presence of trees to justify an impact, and I have not. Again, do you take any issue with that as a proposition?
Well, I might slightly finesse it to say it would be wrong without specialist assessment to rely on the presence of trees. ...
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Forbes-Laird. Here's my question.
Thank you. So, do you still have any questions for this witness then, Ms. Striak?
Yes, I've got two simple questions, if that's all right.
Yes, yeah.
Hello, Mr. Forbes-Laird.
Good afternoon. Hello.
from Ogre, the Residents Association in Osterley. I've got two very simple questions, please. And the first one does really relate to the storms again. Can you be certain that these trees won't be affected by storms at some point in the future?
No, I can't. But if we could possibly look at 5.1 of my proof on page 18, there is an important point that's raised by the question you've just put to me that I think we ought to possibly just touch on briefly. This will be well known, of course, to you, ma'am. But what we're dealing with here, sorry, this is 5.1 on page 18 of my proof. What we're dealing with here, Mr. Striak, Mrs. Striak, is the correct evidentiary test is not certainty, or, for example, the criminal test of beyond reasonable doubt. It's the balance of probability. In other words, is what is considered to be likely. And the assessment that we have undertaken is based on the likely position so far as we assess it today, taking into account all of those factors that I set out in detail in my proof. We just have had the test of a 1 in 30-year storm. We've seen the outcome. One already weakened tree was lost. It would have to be a significantly more severe storm than Storm Eunice to do significant damage. That has a longer return period. So statistically, in terms of probability, no, I can't be certain, but this context and this process doesn't require certainty.
And my follow-up question is similar, and I will still use the word certain. Can you be certain that these trees won't be affected by current or new pathogens in the future?
Well, we've specifically looked at the question of current disease and the current disease load in the park, which is actually quite low for a tree population. So, for example, wood decay fungi, they are ubiquitous in the air we breathe with airborne spores. It's a charming thought, but they don't do us any harm. But many of them will colonize wounds on trees, branch breaks and what have you. You get fungal decay. We found actually quite a very low incidence of decay in the trees in the park compared to many populations of trees that we see. In terms of future pathogens, what the trees at Sine are protected by to some extent is a very broad range of species and genera. So, for example, let's say that all 442 trees in the visual field were elms, and let's say we were having this inquiry in the 1950s. It wouldn't be a great outlook, but that's not where we are. We have broad species diversity. So I can't be certain that there won't be a range of pathogens that could lead to significant losses across the next 100 years. But I'm very confident that we have a robust and durable population because of its diversity.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any interested parties here who've got any questions for this witness? No. Okay. Anything in re-examination? Mr. Warren?
No, thank you very much, ma'am. Nothing.
Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr.
Thank you.
That takes us to next week then. Starting, despite what I tried to say on opening, starting Monday afternoon. 1:30 start we've got there. On the timings, there's a lot to get through. So we've got 1.5 hours in chief, 3 hours cross-examination, and then 1 to 1.5 hours cross-examination. So we're unlikely to get all that in that afternoon. So that means Mr. Stroud would be left in Purda overnight. It's unfortunate, but I don't think that can be helped.
No,
yeah,
ma'am, that's understood.
Okay. All right. There were some outstanding documents that people were looking to submit, and I've said that you need to discuss between yourselves to see whether they're going to be helpful, whether it's appropriate to accept them or whatever. I don't know what progress there is on those. Will I get some feedback at some stage?
You will, ma'am. I don't have anything to tell you at the moment, but
Okay.
You obviously will come back to you as soon as we can.
Okay. All right. Have a good weekend then.
And you, ma'am.
Enjoy the rugby if you're watching it. And I'll see you on Monday afternoon, 1:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye-bye.